What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shade Sayer. Joining me is SK, please. SK, how are you doing, man?
I'm doing good, man. Just right about ready for the race weekend, and excited because we have probably the best of the best remaining in this round robin, and I want to see. I want to watch some exciting races.
Indeed, man. Let's walk the viewers through on what the format is and what have they missed out on so far if they're only joining us today. We did start off, in fact, off stream on 5th and 6th of September with the first 2 days of round 1. 12th and 13th September, the last weekend, we did get to see quite a few amazing races on stream for the conclusion of round 1. We did have, in fact, a surprise wild card day as well on, I believe it was the 15th of September, which did get us 4 more qualifying racers over to round 2, which is going to be starting today. We're going to be running round robin matches over the next 3 days to determine who are your top 10 racers moving on to the finals that will happen on the 26th of September. Let's have a look at the groups that we have for you for today's races. We have 4 groups of 6 racers each. We're going to be taking turns putting the groups together. Today, for the first race, we have Group A going along with Group B. Up on 2 circuits. We will start on Nürburgring, followed by Interlagos. And for the next 2 races today, we're going to be jumping onto Group C plus Group D, where they're going to pretty much be repeating the same thing. Nürburgring followed by Interlagos. It's going to be an interesting day of races. What are your expectations from today's races, SK?
I think it's gonna be like close, considering there's a lot more cars this time around. So I think we're gonna be in for some chaotic first corners and some very fast times as well. Like I said, we've kind of narrowed it down now, and 6 racers are the best from each of the groups previously. And then pitting them against each other is just gonna give you some brilliant racing as well. So the way I see it is that it is gonna be some action-packed racing and some very fast times this time around.
Yeah, the prize pool that's at stake in the India qualifier is 2,25,000 INR. First place walking away with 1 lakh, second place with 75,000, and third place with 50,000. The top 10 racers also will walk away with Toyota Gazoo Racing merchandise. So a lot to play for besides just pride and glory here. A lot of money at stake. And of course, this is the India qualifier for the first leg, which is the Asian Nations Cup, where we have 5 countries battling it out: Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines, and India, where the top 3 racers from each of these countries will battle it out to prove who is the best Supra racer out there in Asia. I think that's a lot of expectations on some of these shoulders, SK.
Yeah, considering like the India leg is one, but they are going to be playing a bigger part of representing India in the Asia Cup final. So it is going to be a lot of do or die. This is the last few races that they do get an opportunity. Like this weekend is pretty much going to lock in our finalists. So yeah, it is a big weekend for every one of these groups. And, good luck to all the racers taking part. And I'm just excited, man. I just want to jump in, get into the races, and you just see because we've seen some favorites from last week, and I want to see if these guys can compare and do well this week as well.
Yeah, without further ado, let's actually jump straight into the practice session, which is going to be used for qualifying. It's 20 minutes of racing, and based on the fastest first, we're going to have the grid order for an 8-lap race on Nürburgring to kick things off here in the round robin stage. We're going to be staying up aboard Meister. Again, all the racers who are here today are ones who have either finished first or second in their first round races here on Nürburgring. So we know for a fact, coming into the first track today, everyone's gonna be on their comfort zone. It's a track that I'm sure all of these guys have practiced a fair bit. They've also raced on it a fair bit already. And I think it's pretty much going to come down to who has got the track nailed to perfection here, SK.
Oh yeah, it is gonna come down to every single corner, and it is gonna come down to the wire because of the fact that, like you said, it is top two from each of the rounds that have happened previously, and we see the rounds that we spectated last week. We see Rahul Mehta, and it was fierce, right? Where was he? He was there for a second, and I missed him, but. Some of these guys are insanely fast, and you can see just right off the bat, no errors, they're not going too fast into corners or exiting too fast. Everyone's kind of nailed this track down primarily because they've had so much practice again in the past, and they've raced on it to secure the position into the round robin. The next track, however, is going to be a bit of a twist. Like this one, we know for a fact these guys are going to do a good job, but I think the next track is going to put a big twist onto the whole tournament.
Yeah, I think that's the biggest challenge that these racers will face today, is the fact that Nürburgring is something that, like I said, they've already raced on in tournament settings. But Interlagos is going to be the first time that these guys get onto for an official tournament match in this weekend. So we did have a couple of practice races yesterday on Interlagos, and Meister in fact did win the first one that he played in. So I think he's going to be one of the favorites coming into this Group A plus Group B. He's had blistering speeds during his previous matches as well. So I do have quite a bit of expectation. I do believe he will have the slight edge and will be considered a favorite of sorts going into this first couple of races. SK, who do you think is your pick to come out on top?
I think, I see Fierce B now. I think Meister, like you said, if he's got the results already in practice, he is going to be bringing that same kind of fire into the race as well. And Meister, they're setting his first lap of 2:19.260. Let me remind everyone watching that last weekend, Abby did set a scorching fast time of 2:17. That was the fastest I saw the whole of last weekend. And Maestro just set a 2:18, and a chamois as well. He beat it already, and Fun Anywhere topping it off with a 2:18.235. So this is what this lobby is all about. You are gonna see the best of the best racers on the Supra, and you can see they've already topped off those times, and we have 3 different fastest laps in the nick of 30 seconds there. And Fun Anywhere is the guy right now who's going to be in pole position, 2:18.235. So Maestro already pushed all the way down to P4 just off the first lap. So this is going to be some exciting stuff coming in from all these racers here. Now, got to keep an eye on the rest of the pack as well, because B&E Motorsport didn't really have a good first lap there. Nick the Gamer didn't have a first lap. Fun Anywhere already beating his previous Sector 1 time with a 42 second there. So looks like he is on pace to get another fastest lap. But then again, let me remind you, 2:17 Abbey was the fastest we've seen in the tournament so far on Nürburgring.
Indeed, man. A big shout out to Toyota India and Toyota Gazoo Racing for making this happen. This is pretty much the first time I know of, SK, that there's such a huge opportunity for racing enthusiasts in India to not only compete but also try and take their game to the next level, take it to the Asian stage to see how they go up against some of the top racers in the region. Toyota Gazoo Racing is Toyota's racing company, and it has been associated with several motorsport activities. I'm sure everyone watching this has already heard of many of them. The World Endurance Championship, the World Rally Championship, NASCAR, Dakar, Nürburgring 24 Hours. That's some very popular racing activities around the world, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. Gazoo Racing is a very, very prominent name in the motorsport scene, and all these people here have a chance to represent the Indian leg, like you said. And there's a lot at stake. We time and time again we're saying this, right? It's a lot at stake, not just for the India qualifiers, but at the same time you are going to get a slot in the Asia Cup, and that's where it's going to make a huge impact to any one of these sim racing careers, because it is going to give them an opportunity to play at the big stage. It is going to give them an opportunity to see where they stand and then consider, right? Like, do they stick to it? Do they improve? And I think it's a very good chance and a very good opportunity for every single sim racer here in this tournament, to kind of see where they stand. That's where I feel is a it's a good eye opener, and it gives you a kind of path, right? You can make a decision then and there that, hey, I am good enough, I am at the top, might as well consider getting into this full time, because there's a lot of people who've moved on from sim racing into like the real world motorsports as well.
Indeed, man. And we've seen quite a few opportunities in the last few years where sim racers do get opportunity to go up against IRL racers as well, racers who are at the prime of their sport, and it does offer a unique opportunity where you get to pit yourself up against the best of the best in the racing fraternity and see where you stand. So this is a golden opportunity for racers who will have a huge chance going into this weekend to try and make it to that top 10 and get recognized as one of the top racers in the country. We are sticking out against Nick the Gamer 22. He did top his sector time in the first sector. Looks like he did end up losing a good 1 second there in the second sector, though. Coming up full speed towards the Weedall chicane, we've seen this turn be a little tricky for the newcomers, but veteran racers have had almost no trouble navigating that, punching their way down the end corner, down to the final straight. Does look like he is a good 1.8 seconds the last time around behind the leader right now, Fun Anywhere, who's continuing to stay up there on top for a good 5 seconds. He did put in a decent lap then around, but 0.6 off his PB, not going to do anything. He's going to stick there in 8th position. Starting at the 4th row of the grid is going to be very challenging for them to try and make it towards the top few spots and earn points this race here, SK.
Yeah, there is points, right? Because it is round robin. There's definitely points on the line as well, which is going to, at the end, help us decide who are the ones going to qualify towards the finals. So both the races are very, very important, and most important is the qualifying as well, to try and secure a front row start, try and get away from the pack, because you and me both know that there's 8 racers, or there's, I think it's 10 racers, right?
Yeah, there's 10 races. You only get
Yeah.
to see 8 on the screen
So-
at a time. So
It is gonna be a very chaotic mid to back, like, you know, section there going into turn 1. So if you qualify in the front row, chances are that you do get a kind of a safety there, and you can just jump off and get that little bit of a lead, and hopefully avoid those early collisions, because we saw those collisions kind of take out a few of the racers last time around, and it is part of racing at the end of the day. It's not something that you can avoid, because every one of these guys wants to give it their best, and they are going to push as hard as they can. And I feel like qualifying is very, very important. This weekend is the most important for every one of these racers. But I do see a lot of them struggling. Abby is here. He is in P3, but he's not kind of set the lap time that he would have wanted, because last week we did see him on a 217, but this time he's hovering around the 218, 219 mark. So I guess he's still getting comfortably. They've got about 7 to 8 minutes left, so they can put in 3 more laps before we call it a quit. And there you see Abby going off as well. A lot of people struggling in the second sector. So we saw Nick the Gamer, we saw Abby now go off track as well. And look at this, second sector again, we see Fierce struggling. So I guess, you know, they still have 3 laps. But as of now, it is Fun Anywhere on P1, Shami on P2, Abby on P3, Maestro on P4, P&D Motorsport P5. We got Fierce on P6. P7 is going to be Sanchit. But it's just only 1.7 seconds, apart from the leader, which is kind of cool to see, because all these guys are like 500 500ths of a second to a second off each other. which is gonna tell you or give you a perspective that all these races are very fast or very close to each other in terms of the pace. So the race will be very, very exciting, and it's not going to be like the previous races where there were the 2-3 people that were much faster and then the rest weren't. But this lobby is just going to be everyone pretty much a second difference from each other.
Yeah, and something that we need to note as well, like you said, there were a lot of casual racers and a lot of amateurs as well in the last round. That is not the case here. All of these guys are at the top of their game, pretty much proof coming from the fact that they're all close to 2.5 seconds apart from the leader to all the way to the last place. And the trend that we have seen in week 1 is the fact that if you do get off and manage to stay in the lead after the first lap, chances are you're going to get a lot of free real estate for you to just continue to put in fast lap after fast lap, while the rest of them actually have to fight it out in the midfield, and that eventually slows down your overall lap times, allowing the leader to continuously keep increasing the lead. And in an 8-lap race, I don't believe there's going to be a lot of opportunities for racers who do not manage to stay with the front of the pack, especially after the first 2 or 3 turns, to eventually make it back and challenge for that lead. And I think that is gonna increase the value of starting as ahead as you can on the grid here in the first qualifying session, SK.
Yeah, P2 to P5, that's where we'll have to keep an eye out as we see someone went off track there, but P2 to P5 is gonna be very chaotic, and there's gonna be a lot of good racing because all these guys will be fighting. Because the P1, generally we've seen what happens is that once they get that bit of a lead with like 2-3 seconds, if they open up in the first 2 laps, they're just gone. It's very difficult to catch these guys because 1, they're much faster in pace, and 2, they don't have to deal with any of the traffic, right? We saw some of the top guys as well, like we can take for example Fun Anywhere. If he's stuck somewhere in P5, it is going to take him a couple of laps, or it is going to take him some time to overtake people. But the leader is just free track ahead. He's just going to continuously put in fast laps or consistent lap times, and he's just going to keep getting ahead. So I feel like it is going to come down to that P2 to P5 or P6, and then the rest of the pack will kind of separate. So there'll be like 3 sections of them, like the leader, maybe P1, P2 in the up in front, P3 to P6 in one segment, and then the rest of the pack behind them. But the point that there are 10 racers here to watch out for, it is motorsports, anything can happen. And it's very unpredictable. So for now, I would say that Fun Anywhere has got my attention with that 2:18 fastest lap, and he's continuously putting lap times close to that. So he is the guy to watch out for. And Abby as well is catching up. He's kind of improved on his time, and he's gone to P2, and we're on board with Fun Anywhere. You see him, he's still trying to push, trying to better his 2:18, because I have a feeling he's much faster than that. And Abby as well, trying to hit that 2:17 that he did on the last weekend. So we know this guy is fast, but we've not seen him better or best his time from last week. So if he can hit that 2:17, he's going to be in P1. So I think these are the 2 guys that we have to watch out for. Abby is a very, very clean racer. We saw him last weekend, no collisions, no problem, very good pace, and he's very consistent as well once he gets the lead.
And I think that turn 1 is going to decide quite a bit of how that entire race is going to go as well. I think someone who does get off to a clean start and gets incident free off turn 1 in the front of the pack, I think they're going to have a relatively much easier race compared to the rest of the pack. I mean, anything can happen. Like you said, it is motorsport. Turn 1 incidents, we've seen them plenty on multiple occasions, and hopefully we do get to see it completely incident free this time around. Would be pretty darn rough on racers if they do end up getting caught out with someone in the track not really braking in time. I think that is going to be the goal here moving in to the race. We still have about 3 minutes left of qualifying. Just enough time for some of these racers to maybe put in one more lap in, but we've already seen a few instances where the racers have kind of gone off the track into the gravel. That is only because these guys are working with small margins right now. They're gonna try and push the car to the max, and as we say that, ouch!
Maestro, he's gonna hit the wall. Like, that is a high speed crash there. And you can see that he just caught like a second of gravel, and his car just, completely reacted. You see this as well, BND Motorsport. The gravel is your biggest enemy. Tries to save it, but he's gonna go off track too. Very good on him to not rejoin immediately, as he saw another car coming in. So some of these guys are pushing. They do want to get into that front row, and maybe they're pushing a little too hard, because Maestro's crash there was pretty horrifying. I mean, it's just a second of gravel on, just heading towards Vidal, and we saw him just spin out. And if this happens in the race, it is going to cost them a position going into the grand finals.
Indeed, man. And the beauty of it is, this is one of the objectives of Toyota Gazoo Racing, is to not only bring the thrill of motorsport to the country, but to also bring it in a safe environment. I mean, it is esports. These guys are giving it their all, but they're doing it from the safety of their homes or safety of the studios, wherever they're playing from. And somebody is actually going into the pit there by the looks of things.
Maestro struggling there again. I think this is the last lap for everyone. We've hit that 20-minute mark of the practice/qualifying, and this is gonna be the last lap. Abby, he's trying, he's very close. Can he beat Fun Anywhere? I don't see him do that. Just 200ths of a second, and Abby not able to best his time. He's gonna stick around in P2. Or do they have one more lap? Is it?
No, so they have another 30 seconds before we actually jump into the final race. So
Okay.
I don't think that is going to be enough time for Abby to have a go at it again. But some of these racers who are towards the end of the track might just have an opportunity to maybe finish this lap. It's going to be very touch and go though. They're giving it their best. Considering the fact that we did have 10 races on track, I think in terms of ensuring that these races don't really run into traffic, I think everybody's done a fantastic job, SK. We've barely seen any collisions. Even in situations where races have gone off track, there's been no other incidents preceding that they've been able to come back and continue putting in fast laps. But at the end of it all, it does look like Fun Anywhere will continue to stay on pole. In fact, he's just chilling on the side of the road. They know. Yeah. I'm sure the stewards have already called in for the race start, and they're all just chilling, taking in a quick breather. Some of these races, I do know for a fact, want to get their glass of water, they want to do their pre-race ritual, and all of that going into the first race of the third weekend. It is round robin, on to Nürburgring track we go. 10 racers on the starting grid. On pole, Fun Anywhere, Abby Thakur close behind, Shami, BND Motorsport, Fierce B, Sanchit Bal, Nick the Gamer, Raul Mehta, and we have Pranav and Maestro completing the track. Out go the lights to the start of the first race, and Fun Anywhere. Oh, off the start, actually a little too late, but he's lucky that he does not give up track position, continues to stay up in the front. But this is the turn we all are keeping our eyes on. Abby Thakur takes a little bit of contact at the back. Will it keep him ahead? The BND forces himself ahead. Fierce Me has managed to find himself in third as well. Abby close behind going into turn 2. Looks like Sanchit wants to try and challenge, but he does not have the line on the inside. He's in fact going to try and make a move on the outside, but Fierce Me has a decent line coming into the turn right there. Shami manages to get out on the inside as well. He's made up one more place. Nick the Gamer, Pranav all the way at the back. But at the end of that first turn, Fun Anywhere, very, very lucky SK. Despite the slow start, he manages to stay in the lead.
Yeah, I think he got punted by Shami there, and Shami's gonna lose out a lot of time because it almost seemed like he got blocked. And Fun Anywhere, he punts him in the back, and then Shami drops all the way to P6. Abby drops from P2 to P5, so there's a huge difference now in the pack because BND has moved up to P2, Sanchit has moved up to P3 all the way from the 4th row. So this is just brilliant stuff coming in, and Fun Anywhere, he's like you said, he's lucky to be in that position because he had a very bad start, almost like a delayed start from our point of view there.
Yeah, it did look like he got off very late off the racing line, but lucky for him, B&D Motorsport, I think he also ends up not getting the best of starts off the line. He pretty much could have moved straight up ahead, taken the racing line into that turn 1 and ensured that he comes out in the lead. But Fun Anywhere, you already look at that. 1.8 seconds is the lead over to his second player behind him, B&D Motorsport, and he's already pulling away 2.4 seconds as he comes through the start-finish straight for the first time. Fun Anywhere. He might have gotten off to a slow start, but he does not look slow now. SK piling in the time, almost 3 seconds within the first race. He's in a good position to see this through and take the victory.
But take a look at the rest of the pack there. Everyone on the attack, 3 wide on the start-finish straight there. Nick the Gamer has a penalty, but that's a brilliant move. He goes on the inside, but unfortunately Abby still has a lot more speed exiting that corner, and he's gonna go to P4. So Abby is fighting now, P6 to P4. Actually, he dropped down from P2 to P6, now P6 to P4. So Abby is fighting for his place back, and he is closing in onto Fierce and PND, who's also having a battle for P2 and P3. PND with that brilliant defense going into turn number 3 there, but in the slipstream is Fierce B. Surprising. I mean, Fierce B, we know, is a very good fast racer from last weekend. He didn't have the best of qualifying, but what an amazing start to his race there. He's going to be sitting in P3, but Abby is closing in. Shami is having a push, and oh my god, Shami goes wide, gets punted by Sanchit. So Shami is like, I feel like, is the real disappointing story, because he was P2. He was P3. He was in the second row, and he's at P8 now. What do you think about that, Shane?
Well, there were definitely some big winners and some big losers as well after those incidents in turn 1 and turn 2 eventually settled down. I think Fun Anywhere, we've already said it many times, we've got to say it one more time. This man is lucky to be in the lead, but having said that, he's pushed it to a 5-second lead now, and that is pretty much thanks to a mini race that is brewing between second all the way down to 6th. All of these guys are in touching distance of each other, pretty much a second or two differentiating all of them, and constant pressure on each of them, where not only do they have to look at how they're going to overtake the racer ahead, but also to always keep an eye on the rear view mirror to ensure that they don't get overtaken, has allowed Fun Anywhere to just continue to put his head down, go for those fast laps, and keep increasing that lead ahead of him. And look at this. This 4-man
BND Motorsport, yeah, that he's gonna lose 2 places there. BND goes from second to P4, goes wide on the last corner towards the start finish straight, and he's gonna, Abby's gonna take advantage of that as well. So Abby moves up another place, and now he's gonna hunt down Fierce B. Abby wants his P2 back, but will he catch Fun Anywhere is the real question, because that man is very, very ahead of the pack. And BND Motorsport again losing another place. He's down to P5. What is happening? P2 to P5 in just a couple of corners there for BND Motorsport, having the same fate as Shami, who went from P3 to almost P6, P7, but he's fought back and he's come up to P6 now.
And Fierce B, he's had an amazing race so far. He did start, I believe, 3rd or 4th row, and he's managed to slowly fight his way back up the playing field, is up to 2nd place, is a good 6.6 seconds to Fun Anywhere though, who continues to put in close to a second and a half of lead every single lap. So it's going to be hard for Fierceby to try and catch up to Fun Anywhere unless there's a big mistake from the race leader. But I think his objective is going to be to play the long game. You don't really have to win every single race to qualify for the finals. You only need to make it to top 10 of the 24 racers who are racing this weekend. So ensuring that you constantly get those top 2, top 3 finishes are going to put you in that finals week where you can pretty much go ahead and push to try and get to that top 3 finish in the finals, which will earn you a slot in the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia. And I think most of these racers are going to have their eyes at the larger prize and not really just go all out to try and win this race right here, SK.
With that being said, Fierceby kind of moved out of the way and let Abby Thakur go. I'm kind of sensing, is there something wrong with his car, or because he didn't even defend that. He just let him go towards the Adwin Arch. He saw the speed that Abby was coming in, and he just completely gave him space, no defense whatsoever.
So the racers are playing no damage. The damage is visual only. So that's not going to be the case. It might just have been a small loss of concentration. I mean, that is all the difference there is, right? These are all the best racers in the country. One small mistake and there is a fleet of racers behind them, all less than a second apart, to try and take that advantage almost immediately. And I believe eye of the ball for a second there from Fierceby, and Abby Thakur goes back into second position. He's managed to take back the position that he did start the race on. It did look like this was going to be an uphill battle, a long one at that, considering how the first turn incidents played out for him. But I'm glad that he's made it back to second here, but 8 seconds to Fun Anywhere. There's no catching him anytime soon, SK.
Yeah, I think Abby's going to be kicking himself because of that first turn incident where we saw it in the visual that he did get pushed going into turn 1, and he went wide because of that little collision that he had. But Abby kind of fighting for his P2, his rightful place from where he qualified. The real action here is going to be P3, P4 and P5, because these guys are closing in, these guys are pushing, and guess what? Shami is also in the distance, and he's got about 4 laps to close in. Shami started in row number 2. So I think he was P4 alongside BND Motorsport, because I did see 2 blue Supras up there in front. So Shami wants to come back into this race, and he is definitely catching up to BND Motorsport. And I somehow feel like Nick the Gamer is holding up BND, even though he did overtake him in the last lap. And BND is going to try and go in for that dive, but he's going to go defensive. We know Vidal's not the greatest corner you want to dive bomb into, because there's been some nasty collisions there, and it is going to make or break your race. But he's in the slipstream now. This is going to be good for BND Motorsport, and we see him tuck in to the slipstream of Nick the Gamer. And Nick the Gamer has some more penalty to serve before he is rid of that. He's in the slipstream. Will he go for dive in turn number 1? Nope, he's a little too far. And BND also has a time penalty on his. Meanwhile, Shami is closing up, because Nick the Gamer, as you see that, Shami is very close to BND Motorsport. And I have a feeling Shami's going to capitalize huge on this battle happening up in front.
Yeah, at this point of time, like we said, with a leaderboard to play for, they absolutely don't have to make it into the top 2 positions like how the situation was in the previous races. Here, you want to try and get as many points as you can, while ensuring that you don't drop any more compared to the current position you are in. So I think right now, pretty much the reason why some of these racers aren't really pushing the limits too much, knowing for a fact that one small slip up and they're going to be all the way at the back of the pack and are probably not going to be walking away with points at the end of this race. So the goal is going to be to try and improve on that position while ensuring that you don't drop any more further.
Oh yeah, Shami is putting the pressure there onto BND Motorsport. We saw BND just make a huge mistake going into the the hairpin there, the Dunlop hairpin, because he went really wide off the. I think he went off the exit like really wide and touched the gravel for a second. So Shami, and he overtakes him. So just as we are talking about that, Shami is gonna overtake BND Motorsport, but BND is gonna take the place back. So this is a big fight here going on for P5. And BND still has that 0.7 second penalty on him, and Shami is going to try and close up, because exiting the Adwin Arch is probably the best scenario for him, or it's going to be going into turn 1. And Fierce B is kind of made up a little bit of a lead for him, 1.5 seconds away from Nick the Gamer, but Nick has to maintain this position because he did slow down in the last couple of laps. However, like I said, Abby, he's kept that time still at 8 seconds, not like the rest of them who lost a lot more time to Fun Anywhere. So even one mistake from Fun Anywhere can cost him that P1. He goes off the gravel. We saw him go off the gravel a couple of times in qualifying. So if he does make one of those mistakes in the race, then Abby is for sure going to capitalize on it.
Indeed, man. Right now, he's managed to put a lead between himself and the rest of the middle pack behind him. Is about 2.5 seconds, so he can rest easy and try and see if he can maybe catch up to Fun Anywhere. But that lead between the top two has remained about 8 seconds for about 2 laps now. So I think both of them have pretty much gotten into their rhythm and are not really looking to push the boundaries right now. They're more than happy with where they are. But so I do believe the action is going to be all the way from 3rd position to 6th position. Looks like after that initial tussle came to an end, as I was saying, that Shami just about gets a couple of tires up onto the gravel, and maybe an opportunity for BND Motorsport to catch up, because Shami not only has taken this position, but he has put himself a good 1.5 seconds ahead. So he's putting in some fast laps as well, and BND Motorsport is going to have to pray for a mistake or two like that from Shami to be able to catch up and maybe get an overtaken before we do bring Nürburgring and race 1 to a close.
Yeah, but I feel like BND is making a lot more mistakes, because you see Sanchit there in the background. He is catching up to BND. So I feel like BND, who started up in the 2nd row in P3, is having a very, very difficult race. And ever since that first corner incident, and he tried to maintain his position, he's just dropped, because he went from P3 to P6. Not somewhere you want to be if you are BND, because he did put in a very good qualifying. Sanchit here is going to close down. He's got that penalty that he's serving, which is going to slow him down even further. And Shami is going to take P4. We missed another overtake there, because Shami has... Oh, the battle's still going on. Okay, so it is a close battle there. Going into the final corner, Shami on the outside is going to try and cut Nick the Gamer. But Nick, as he comes down to the start-finish straight, is going to tuck himself into that slipstream. Is he going to do it? I don't think Nick's doing it. Now he's going to duck himself in. I think it's a little too late, but that is going to put Nick into P5. So Shami back onto that P4 position where he did qualify in. Big ups to this guy from P8 almost back to P4, and up in front, I mean, 2 more laps remaining. Fun Anywhere is super ahead. Abhi Thakur is going to take P2. Fierce B in P3, and Shami in P4. 14 seconds between Shami and Fun Anywhere. That's a huge gap. But will Nick the Gamer let Shami, get a breather, or will he continuously attack till he gets that position back, is the real question.
Well, they do have 2 more laps to settle this. Actually, 1.5 laps to see if Shami can manage to hold on to that 4th position that he has fought so hard for throughout this entire race. I think the 3-second lead up towards Fierce B is substantial enough for him to not be able to catch up in what is remaining in this race, but he's definitely going to be under pressure here from Nick the Gamer. Down that start-finish straight, last time around he wasn't nearly close enough to try and use that slipstream, break a second late. He did try and break as late as he can, use as much of the apex as he can there to try and take that inside line coming into turn 2, but it was a little too far away. It's still a good second, 1.1 seconds behind Nick the Gamer. and he's gonna have to rely on using that slipstream to the absolute max in that start finish straight here the next time around if he is to wrestle that 4th place away from him.
Oh yeah, for sure. But I feel like Shami's kind of safeguarded his position there. He's pulled away almost 1.3 seconds. So Nick the Gamer will have to settle for P5. Just going into the last corner and into the last lap goes Fun Anywhere. You see Abhi Thakur, he's kept that gap to 8 seconds throughout, which means that if he didn't get that incident early on, I feel like even up in front there would have been a very brilliant race. But Fun Anywhere, is he going wide or... I think he did go wide onto number 1.
I think he did end up going a little wide there, but it seems like he has recovered back here and he's able to keep the lead. I think that's the beauty eventually of staying in the lead. You have 8 to 9 seconds of lead, a small mistake, a little late on the brakes, and if your opponent is about a second or 2 behind, you can almost immediately get that punish. And lucky for Fun Anywhere, he's going to be able to stay out on top. Shami continues to stay in 4th position. His back almost gives away.
Yeah, that was
there.
Close.
Yeah.
That was very close, considering, he would have taken a big crash. But Nick the Gamer is constantly getting a lot of penalties from... I'm pretty sure he's corner cutting a few of these corners, or he's timing it wrong going in, because all these penalties are kind of giving Sanchit and BND Motorsports a chance. And wait, did he just... Oh no, he is still up ahead. Okay, so Fun Anywhere again back to his 8-second lead. He just loses about 0.03 of a second with that incident where he went off track. Abhi Thakur still keeping a distance from Fierce P, and Shami is going to secure 4th. So this is the final lap of race number 1. I think it's safe to say that the guy to watch out for is Fun Anywhere, but I really want to see Abhi challenge Fun Anywhere going into race number 2.
Indeed, man. I do believe Fun Anywhere this time around, it's been an amazing race from him. Coming in down towards the Weedall chicane, it has been an almost flawless race so far. A slow start off the line, but except for that one mistake we did see towards turn 1 of this lap, he's put in a phenomenal race. 8 seconds ahead, will take the checkered flag here at the Nürburgring circuit, and it will be your winner of the first race here in the round robin. Abhi Thakur takes a well-deserved 2nd place. PSB coming in. Shami preemptively, wait, is that going to cost him? Oh, it does. Oh no. Oh no, what was that, SK? I think he preemptively celebrates there a second too early, and he gets kicked hard down from, I think he lost at least 1 position. I think he does finish in 5th position instead of 4th. Could have been a lot more worse, but Rahul Mehta coming in is going to take P9. Pranav's going to be the last man on the track here, just about making his way through the end corner, down the start-finish straight to bring the first race of the round robin to a close. An amazing race so far. Fun Anywhere though. What a finish. An amazing finish, in BND manages to capitalize there in the last start finish straight. That is why you don't give up till the you don't celebrate too early. You don't give up till the absolute last second, until you've crossed the checkered flag. You've seen that scorecard go up. You don't try doing that a second too early, and yeah, that could have been even worse though.
It could have been even worse, because they were all like a second apart, so it could have been much worse than what Shami saw there. He just lost a single position, but also that single position loss can also be a point difference going into the second race, and then potentially getting his chances of qualifying to the finals destroyed, because it did cost him a point there, and it is a 2-race weekend, not a single race weekend like last time around. Man, I just hope a lot of people watching as well can take away the fact that do not celebrate early, do not think this is motorsport. Like we said, anything could go wrong. Even the leader can go off there. But it seems as though Shami just he slid in way too early because I saw Abby kind of do that as well, and I was like, okay, I mean, it is virtual. You can just go and crash into the walls. You can't do that in the real life. But I saw Shami go way too early into that, and I was wondering what he's doing. I thought he wanted to, come in reverse to the finish line, but it is gonna cost him. And BND Motorsport is gonna have a big smile on his face because that is a free position, pretty much just handed over to BND and off of Shami's early celebration. So that is a fun race, but up in front, I mean, like you said, flawless race coming in from Fun
Yeah.
Anywhere.
Yeah, take nothing away from-
Abby tried. Abby also like a brilliant race. He got punted off in turn number 1. He went down all the way to P7, I think P6 or P7, and in about like 4 laps, he caught back and he ended up in P2. So brilliant race. We know that Abby is one of the faster guys on the track, and he showed us today that he can fight back, even though that unfortunate incident did happen to him in P1. And Fun Anywhere, like you said, is lucky to have that position. Even though he qualified P1, he had a very bad start, but it was BND who pushed him. I think gave him like a little push at the start there. If that would have gone wrong, he would have been caught up in that chaos in turn number 1, and that would have given a completely different result to us. But it is going to be P1 Fun Anywhere, and P2 is going to be Abby. So these are the 2 guys to watch out for, and the rest of the pack as well. They gave us a brilliant fight. P3, P4, and P5, which was fierce. Nick, Shami, and BNT Motorsport. These guys had a very good mid pack fight, and Shami's gonna pay for that early celebration as well. And at the end, even though I was kind of surprised to see Rahul Mehta and Pranav all the way at the back, because these guys were pretty fast and they were putting in 219s, 218s last time around, and this time they were struggling with 220, 222. So I'm wondering what went wrong there. Hopefully they can like mental reset and come into race number 2, which is Interlagos.
Yeah, we're going to get to see Interlagos for the first time here in the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shade. Joining me is SK, please. We're going to take a quick break. We'll be back in about 10 to 15 minutes time with the second race for Group A and B. It is going to be Interlagos for the first time. See you folks then. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a quick break. See you folks soon. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. It is day one of the round robin. We just witnessed an amazing race on Nürburgring. It is time to jump onto Interlagos. Before that, let's have a quick round of introductions. I'm Shade Slayer. Joining me is SK, please. SK, thoughts on that first race that we just witnessed?
I mean, it's like pretty good first race because of the fact that that first few laps is action packed as hell. But then we did see later on. I think it's that first 5 laps that kind of defines the whole race, especially in the Supra Cup, because we've noticed time and time and again that going into those first corners and then the first 2 laps, you're always like very close to each other, and then it just kind of opens up the pack going in from lap 5 to 8. But we also saw the Shami incident that happened, which was very weird. But Shami did kind of crash into the wall preemptively into the checkered flag, and then he lost a position there. So I mean, we saw like a lot of ups and downs, and we saw very good racing from the likes of Fierce B and Abby Thakur, who had to like fight their way into that P2 and P3 positions. But going into Interlagos, I mean, much more slower track with a lot more corners, with a lot more. You can't really make a lot more mistakes. Like in Nürburgring, yes, there's a lot of straights, but with Interlagos, it's just going to be a very technical track, and most of these guys will have to be very careful going into certain corners here because it is very punishing as well. And I think qualifying is going to be key again, considering the fact that if you're able to get off in the front, you will avoid a lot of these mid-pack fights and the early lap fights as well.
Yeah, without further ado, let's actually jump straight into the action. We are live with the practice session for qualifying. Stay on board, Meister. The first turn, it is the Senna S, very tricky, different angles of both the turns, coming into the long left turn right there, the sun turn, into the opposite straight. You punch the speed down. In fact, it's not the highest speed part of the track. You immediately move in towards the lake descent. You have the wonderful view of the lake as you come down into another turn. Moving up ahead is a very tricky part of the circuit here. A couple of turns with the horseshoe here where you're going to brake pretty hard. Try and ensure that you're able to keep your line in going towards Little Orange here. Looks like he is using the absolute max part of the circuit here. You come in towards the small pine tree. Again, a very slow turn right there in towards Duckbill. You're gonna have to brake hard again here. Like you said, a lot of corners, a lot of slow corners at that, but now it's gonna be picking up the speed as you come all the way down towards Dive. Full speed ahead towards Junction. We're going to have to hit on the brakes marginally there, using the apex again there for the turn. Straight up ahead through Cafe, you're completely going to just accelerate all the way down towards the pit lane entry, and then the bleachers towards the start finish straight. Meister coming in there with what I believe is going to be a 150. Yeah, 150. 384, not faster though than Shami. He breaks I think he braked perfectly. It was the player behind him that ends up braking a tad bit too late there, going into Senna S. He just rams into the back. He gave a Shami there, he says sorry.
Yeah, look at the timing as well, because Fun Anywhere already setting the fastest lap, so it was very fast. Fun Anywhere with a 149, so almost 300ths of a second faster than Shami's time. Abby in P3, Fierce B in P4, which is going to push Maestro all the way down to P5. And then we have the rest of the pack, Sanchit in P6, Nick the Gamer in P7. We have BND Motorsport all the way in P8. So 149 is the time to beat right now, which is set by Fun Anywhere. They have about 15 minutes of qualifying left. It's a much shorter track as well, if you notice. It's just a 149, almost 20 seconds shorter than the previous track, right? But the corners, like I said, you have to be very careful which each of these corners, because any mistake that you make, you're going to go wide, and that's just going to put you in a whole lot of grass and gravel, and you're not going to be able to recover that easy. And even the gear shifts, you have to be perfect here if you want to beat the 149 that's already set by Fun Anywhere. Because you see him, we're on board with Fun Anywhere, and he's very comfortable going into these corners, very good on the exits as well. And he is the winner of the first race. So this is the guy you want to beat. This is the guy you have to watch out for. And P2 as well. Shami secured his P2 now. And we have Abby Thakur as well in P3. So these are the same guys that... by the way, Shami is the same guy that crashed into the wall before the checkered flag and lost place. But this time around, no mistakes on his side. P2, Fun Anywhere, not able to best his first lap. And he's going to stick around with P1 in with 149.
Yep, I'm really interested to see if Shami kind of is going to continue to keep the end of race 1 at the back of his mind, because considering how hard he fought tooth and nail with B&D Motorsport to eventually not just take that 4th place, but put himself a decent distance ahead. I think he was at one point of time a good 1.5 to 2 seconds coming into that final end corner of race 1. But that small mistake there at the end cost him one entire position, and hopefully he's able to pretty much, forget about all of that, start lapping hard here. He is in P2 at the moment. Hope he can continue to push the limits even further and ensure that he does make up for a huge blunder there towards the end of the previous race.
Yeah, I think it's a big solid mental reset for Shami, and we've seen him already in P2, so it's safe to say that he has recovered from that. But it cost him a few points as well, which is what actually is at stake. And he needs to get a very, very good position this race, possibly a podium, if he wants to move towards the next round.
Yeah, B&D Motorsport came in 4th. He was having I'd say a difficult race. He was struggling on some of those corners. We saw him sliding around on a couple of parts of the track as well on Nürburgring. So all things considered, he did get that golden opportunity. He did put himself in that position to be able to capitalize on any mistakes towards the end of the race, and perseverance pays off big. He manages to get that 4th position, which looked very unlikely going into that last lap. But having said that, he only finds himself 7th fastest so far. So he's got a lot of work to do if he is to replicate that race result again here in Interlagos, SK.
Yeah, and Sanchit has moved to P6, so he's the guy that started in P8 last time around. So Sanchit there moving himself into the 3rd row alongside Fierce B. And Abby Thakur sets a fastest lap of 1:48.703. So he's going to secure P1 from Fun Anywhere. Just a few more laps of qualifying remaining. Can Abby Thakur hold it? Because we know this guy is fast, but he's proved here that he is faster than Fun Anywhere onto Interlagos. Maybe it's a comfort pick for him. Maybe this track is something he likes to race on as well. But the rest of the guys are pretty far away from the 148 now that's set by Abby Thakur. There we go. We see Fun Anywhere. He's got a bit of a penalty for pushing too hard there. But Abby looking mighty confident, and his cornering is just so good. If you just look at it, makes no mistakes. His exit speeds are perfect, and he uses a lot of the track on the exit this time around. Let's see if he can best his timer. He is going to stick to his 148, but for now it is going to be Abby Thakur in P1, Fun Anywhere pushed down to P2, Shami in P3, 4th is going to be Maestro, P5 Fierce B, P6 Sanchit, P7 B&D Motorsport, and P8 Nick the Gamer. I think it's P9 Pranav, and he's going to get another fastest lap. I think is a 1:48.548. He is going to improve on his previous lap. And look at Fun Anywhere. He's going to go into the pit to get a fresh set of tires, because he knows this is a time to beat, and you don't want to be starting P2 going into that Senna S of the race.
Yeah, I think that's going to be very tricky, even more so than Nürburgring, I must say, because This is pretty much the first time in this tournament that they are racing on Interlagos, and we already saw during the outlaps a couple of races, try and push the limit a little too hard and miss the entire turn altogether. It is a little forgiving in the fact that there is a little bit of additional real estate to use in that turn, but if you miss the apex going into the first turn, chances are you're going to lose out not only on a lot of time, but a lot of places, which eventually becomes very hard to make up, because there's a lot of tricky parts in this circuit where you're going to have to pretty much race absolutely perfectly for the remainder of the race to give yourself a chance of recovery. And it is going to be taking a toll on some of these races, considering the fact that they just went through 8 laps of grueling race on Nürburgring, 20 minutes of qualifying before that, and now 20 minutes of qualifying into another 8 laps. So do you think mental fatigue and being able to keep your concentration at the absolute max is going to affect some of these players going into this race, SK?
It's mental and physical, right? Sim racing is not very easy. It does, like you said, it's back-to-back races. So, and there was just about 5 minutes break between them. So yeah, going into the second race, I think concentration will take a hit, as well as just the fact that they have to look forward another 8 laps. So there's 20 minutes of qualifying and another 8 laps in the race. So yeah, I mean, endurance is the key, reliability is the key. That's pretty much what Gazoo Racing is all about as well. So they are testing these drivers and putting them pushing them to the limit in this tournament to make sure that whoever does come out on top is the right person they're looking for. And whilst all of us are here watching as well, the race is also exciting.
Indeed, man. Meister did come in all the way at the back of the pack last time around on Nürburgring, and he's going to be looking for redemption here. He's in P4 right now, second row of the grid, and he's going to be looking to not only hold that going out of turn 1, but maybe even improve on those positions potentially. But I think the interesting part is that Fun Anywhere was significantly faster than the rest of the pack up on Nürburgring. That seems to not be the case anymore, as Abi Thakur is a good half a second faster this outing on Interlagos, SK.
Oh yeah, Abi has kind of found his footing, and he's set in the 148.548 that we see on screen as the fastest lap. But Fun Anywhere this time around, he's got a fresh set of tires, and he is trying to push, and he is on course right now to kind of beat Abi. Just a few more corners remaining. He is gonna go on to the finish straight. Now let's see if Fun Anywhere can ruin the fun for Abi Thakur in P1. He's just 0.05 of a second out, but this time around he's set 2 fastest sectors, both purples. Let's see if he can finish off this lap. 43, it's counting down to the line, and Fun Anywhere is gonna take P1 by just 100ths of a second point. 134, and we see him, he absolutely pushed that car to the limit. He goes wide, but it doesn't it don't matter right now, because he has secured P1 for himself. What a brilliant qualifying session there coming in from Fun Anywhere.
Yeah, an amazing decision there as well to move on to a fresh set of tires there before he did go for another attempt at it. Flawless. You can see that push down the start finish straight as well, hugging the pit lane wall, trying to reduce as much of the time as he can off that scorecard there. And yep, that is all it took, 1 perfect lap, and now the onus is back, in fact, onto Abi Thakur to try and outdo him. Looks like he's on his outlap as well. Looks like he did go ahead and get himself a fresh set of tires as well. And looking at the timer, there's about 6 minutes of qualifying left. So he's going to be able to put in, I think, 2 more hot laps at least. He's got a decent bit of traffic ahead of him, though. He's coming up rather on Fierce B. Let's see if Fierce B is going to let him through before he makes it down that start finish straight. If not,
'Cause,
I do expect
yeah.
him to lose a lot of time in this lap here, SK, and potentially might have an opportunity of getting in only one hot lap to try and outdo Fun Anywhere.
Yeah, because he can also use that slipstream, right? That is gonna be used to his advantage. But yeah, knowing that Fierceby is slower than him and Fierceby is in P6 right now, Abby, yeah, if he does have to overtake him, this is the corner that he has to go for it because it's gonna, like you said, mess with his qualifying lap and he can't take the optimal line that he would want to take. And I think we're gonna see that happen going into this corner. We see he's got a very good sector 1, but can Abby cross without losing any more time is a real question here. Will Fierceby move out of the way? I don't think so because Fierceby is also on his hot lap.
Yeah, he's
Yep,
not
there you
giving
go.
up.
He's gonna start losing time. He's gonna get ghosted, which is gonna be an advantage for Abby, and Abby's gonna go wide. Let's see if he can recover from this because he did have a very fast sector, but sector 2 he's already lost about hundreds of a second there going in. This is gonna be the lap. Otherwise, he has to go into the pits, get a fresh set of tires. He's not able to do it in this lap. Because that was a very smart move coming in from Fun Anywhere. He went and got the fresh set, did an outlap on it, and then did set his fastest time. I think Abby should do that, considering he is in the position right now after this lap. He can get into the pit, change tires, and get in one last lap before the qualifying does close.
Yeah, I mean, we did see a slight bit of contact there with Fierceby, and I think that was pretty much his undoing there. 1/10th rather of a second behind Fun Anywhere right now, coming down the start finish straight.
Oh my
Got
God, look at
dangerously
that.
close.
0.12, ladies and gentlemen. What is? Oh my God, that's all that separates these guys. It was a 0.12 between Fun Anywhere and Abby Tucker. So this is gonna be an amazing race if all goes good in turn number 1 and there's no incidents. There you go, another person coming into the pits. I think that's a Nick the. Oh, it's not Nick the Gamer. Oh, it is Nick the Gamer.
It was
who
Nick
came
the
into
Gamer,
pits,
yeah. And
Everyone here opting for fresher tires for that last lap except Abby. Abby stayed out, and let's see if he goes into the pit because I think he has one more lap in him. But if he wants to clock it, he needs to go in the pit this time around and then get those fresh starter tires.
So there's only 3 more minutes of qualifying left. So I don't think you have enough time to go into the pit and finish the outlap and the final lap before we do start the race. So I think in that regard, Abhi Thakur has made the right decision. But the problem is his middle sector is significantly slower than Fun Anywhere. Last time around as well, we saw him lose quite a bit of time that time around. He did lose almost the same time this outing as well, despite there being no traffic, no contact. And there you go, Abby coming in.
Oh, he's on course. 121, fastest sector 2 for him. He's kind of recovered compared to the last one because he doesn't have Shami in his way. He doesn't have Fierceby in his way. Can he set the fastest lap and take P1? That is the real question. He's going to go down to the line. He looks much faster this time around. And yes, he does by another hundredths of a second. Abhi Thakur reclaims P1 from Fun Anywhere and he puts in a best lap or a fastest lap of 148.283.
And look at the timing as well, SK. It was absolutely at the edge, absolutely as far as they could have pushed it, and at the very last second he gets himself into P1. Fun Anywhere unfortunately did not have an opportunity to retake back that pole. Starting, it's gonna be Abhi Thakur, Fun Anywhere in second, Shami close third, Meister managed to get himself onto the front of the grid, and there you go, the lights are all off. All 9 racers go down the start-finish straight. The first turn into Senna S is going to be critical. Fun Anywhere looks down the inside. Going on the outside is that Shami. Looks to try and make it happen, but he forces himself a little too wide. Maester is going to challenge him going into the next turn. They're going to go body to body. They almost end up crashing into each other. Immediately though, Nick Gamer muscles their position away from Maester, who gets pushed all the way down to 5th position. He's now being challenged by Sanchit Bal, and he takes that 5th position down to 6th. Maester, the big loser at the end of that first turn, he gets pushed all the way back to the pack, and now he's got a lot of work to do to claw his way back to the top of the leaderboard. SK.
Oh yeah, well, brilliant start there, and we see, I think it was Sanchit losing a lot of grip there, but BNT Motorsport and Maestro getting pushed down to P5 and P6. Abhi Thakur, brilliant start, gets that turn in the Senna S in. He's going to already pull away 1 second away from Fun Anywhere, and Fun Anywhere another 1.2 seconds from Nick. But this time around, Nick the Gamer has come to play. He is pushing hard in lap number 1, whilst Sanchit and Maestro here are fighting it out for P4 and P5. BND and Shami, I think Shami got into an incident there. He drops down. You can see a lot of damage on the front of his car. He got punted off and he went really wide coming into the long straight there. And that's going to put him all the way down to 8. This is the guy that just not having the best of weekends, qualifying on point, but his race starts and his incidents are just putting him in the worst position possible. And Sanchit here, I think he's going to go for the move. He's tucked into the slipstream. He's got enough speed going in, but it's all going to come down to that dive bomb as well. Is he going to take the inside, or is he going to wait and go on the outside? And that is just dangerous. But he is going to go on the outside and close it in. Sanchit here looking mighty impressive going into that Senna. Perfectly executed, carrying all that speed in, and doesn't manage to slide whatsoever.
What a gorgeous overtaking move there coming in from Sanchit Bal. As clean as it gets. He uses the slipstream all the way down towards the first turn on Senna, pulls himself on the outside line, completes the overtaking move even before he has to take that turn. Clean on the outside, back towards the racing line, takes that position away, and with that takes himself as 4th position. Nick the Gamer though has managed to put himself a good second ahead. I do see a 0.1 second penalty on him though, but Fun Anywhere. Last time around he started on pole. Despite the slow start off the racing line, he still managed to hang on to his first position. Not the case this time around. Abhi Thakur muscles away pole from him in the absolute last second of qualifying, and now he's just continuing to increase that lead up the top in front, 1.5 seconds ahead of Fun Anywhere. Let's see if he can continue to keep at it, or does Fun Anywhere have it in him to cut the distance and retake back the lead.
Yeah, but I don't think we should count Fun Anywhere out of this, because he's a brilliant racer, like we said, and you see both these guys kind of pulling away from the pack. So 1 and 2, this is going to be a race down to the end, because I don't think Fun Anywhere is going to back off from this, and I don't think Abhi Thakur as well can pull away, because you know, for everyone joining in, it's just hundredths of a second between Abhi and Fun Anywhere in qualifying. So these are equally fast racers. So we cannot count either of them out. And as we say that, going into the Senna, we see Sanchit get a time penalty, 0.5 seconds that he has to serve. And he is hunting down Nick the Gamer. And I think it's going to be another move on the outside. It almost seems like Sanchit loves taking these outside runs, because Nick the Gamer here, brilliant defense. Is gonna go to the middle of the track and then come to the outside as he enters into the corner. And Sanchit here looks much faster than Nick. Can he make the overtake? Because I think Sanchit's on course to catch up with the front runners as well. He seems way too fast at the moment. I don't think Nick can hold on much longer, and maybe Sanchit's gonna make another move at the start-finish straight like he did on the previous lap to Maester.
Yeah, coming down towards the small pine tree there, Nick the Gamer hugging the racing line, ensuring there is no quarter given to Sanchit Bal, at least for now. to try and make this overtaking move. But come towards Junction and Cafe, I think that is where he'll be able to use that slipstream to push himself ahead into that third position. It's all out here. This is the fastest part of the circuit, and Sanchit Bal, you can already see his fingers are itching, SK. He's gotten himself straight up against the rear of Nick the Gamer, coming all the way down towards bleachers. He's gonna have an opportunity here down towards the start finish straight. We did see him.
He's gonna go for it. He's gonna go for it for sure because he's very close. He's gonna tuck himself in that slipstream. 500ths of a second. Actually, he's not that close. Maybe he did lose out time going into that last sector, so he's not gonna get the overtake this time around. But goes for the dive bomb nonetheless. Avoids collision because that could have been the end of the race for both these guys. But smart move by Sanchit there, jamming the brakes and avoiding that little bit of a collision onto Nick the Gamer. But what that's allowed to do is Meister capitalize on it. He's on the inside. It's all gonna come down to the braking now. Can Sanchit defend his position? And I think he's gonna do it. Meister is gonna brake as well. Sanchit goes wide and Meister is gonna capitalize. P4 for Meister, takes it back from Sanchit there, forcing him into that error.
Yeah, I mean, he managed to push so hard for so long there, did Sanchit, but yeah, not only did he not manage to get that move done onto, in fact, Nick the Gamer, he swings wide and allows Meister to go through. In fact, B&T Motorsport has managed to pull one quick off Sanchit Bal as well. Maybe he's facing some issues down there because he's quickly getting bumped down the midfield and he's losing out on a lot of points here, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. This is just, it's motorsport. Like we keep saying that, it is very unlikely what happens in the races. Like we saw, Shami there start off so well, right? He had a P3 position, and look at him now. He's almost in P7, and no fighting chance whatsoever because in the front of the pack, Abby and Fun Anywhere are gone. They have moved all the way in front. And then we have Nick and Meister and BND Motorsport as well. And Sanchit, making that huge mistake, is going to move down to P6 and he's going to fight now to keep that position. But I feel like in the front is where the real battle's at. But Abby consistently pulling away like almost 200, 300ths of a second from Fun Anywhere. So I don't see Fun Anywhere catching up. Seems like this is Abby's comfortable track and his pace is much higher than Fun Anywhere at the moment.
Indeed, man. I mean, both Abby as well as Fun Anywhere looked blistering fast yesterday during the practice races as well on Interlagos, and I think it's just poetic justice that they are in first and second position right here. Abby pretty much in a role reversal with Fun Anywhere compared to the track positions on Nürburgring, and they should be, if they continue to stay in these same positions after race day 1 here in the round robin stage, they're going to be tied for the lead, unless of course we do have someone from Group C plus Group D races take the victory in both their races. It's a pretty deep field, I must say. There's a lot of talent, top 24 races in the country battling it out this weekend on both Nürburgring and Interlagos to see who are your top 10 moving towards the finals next Sunday. So it's going to be 3 days of some amazing racing action, SK, especially on Interlagos, where I believe it's where a lot of these racers are going to struggle because they do have a lot lesser experience on this track as compared to the Nürburgring one.
Yeah, I think it looks like that as well. A lot of these races were very close, only a second and a half between them and Nürburgring. But this time around, you can see the difference it really makes. Fun Anywhere and Abby Taku completely ahead of the pack, almost 10 to 11 seconds from the third and fourth place, which shows you that, yeah, some of these guys are very much, regular racers, and they do sim racing across all the tracks, and some of them actually just put in way too much time in Nürburgring and kind of lacking that consistency and fast pace going into Interlagos. But like you said, this is the race number 2 for them, but we have another set of racers and two more races as well, right?
Yeah.
And that's going to give us like another set of individuals. But at the end of the day, it's just limited slots, top 10. I think my money's on Fun Anywhere and Abby Thakur at this moment, because these two guys are just looking very, very confident. And it also, like, I feel bad to see Pranav here, who was P2 last weekend, brilliant racing, just struggling at the back of the pack in P9 this time around, almost 42nd from a leader. Not a position I would want to see Pranav in, but it is what it is.
Yeah, Pranav unfortunately hasn't had the best of race days here. Was last on Nürburgring, and looks like that's going to continue to be the trend here on Interlagos as well. He is, I believe, a good 44 seconds, almost 45 seconds behind the race leader up ahead. Abhi Thakur has managed to pull his lead up to 3 seconds now compared to Fun Anywhere. So I think again, this is pretty much the same case as it was during the previous race, where neither of these guys want to try and push too hard.
You're saying, yeah, too much, because it's comfortable for them to be in this position. Oh, as we say that, Fun Anywhere slides off the track, but he's got 14 seconds on Nick the Gamer, and there's no damage. So he's in a very, very lucky position.
Look at that distance coming down though. It was, I believe it was about 14 seconds, and it is down to under 6 right now. But Fun Anywhere, lucky. I mean, it's a couple of times now that the Caster's Curse has hit the racer just as we see him completely lose it on the track. But Fun Anywhere, lucky now, twice in 2 races.
I think pushing early on definitely put him in this position where he got that 12-second lead, because otherwise it would have cost him a lot. It would have cost him a position. But I think it's safe to say that Abby and Fun Anywhere have secured themselves towards the final round, because solely off the fact that they're looking really strong. They are very consistent, and they're very fast as well in qualifying. While the rest of the guys have to duke it out amongst themselves. But it's also really refreshing to see 3rd, 4th, and 5th completely switch it up. Shami now, Shami is like the king of comebacks, because he has a good qualifying. He has a bad start, and then he fights his way all the way to the front. Hopefully this time around, doesn't punt his way into the pit wall and too early. And loses a place there, but he is looking very strong, and I think he is going to take P4 going into this corner. Goes completely wide there, putting Maestro on the inside line. Yep, he is going to shut the door and going to take P4 from Maestro, and now he's got 1 lap remaining, final lap to chase down Nick the Gamer. Just a second gap, and he's looking strong, he's looking fast. Can he cut the distance? Because we know Nick makes a lot of mistakes and cuts corners and gets penalties. If he does get one of these penalties here going into this lap, it is going to cost him a place. And Shami there, oh man, he's looking fast. I think we need to keep our eye on Shami. He's going in ham towards Nick the Gamer. Look at him. He's just super fast exiting there. He's already narrowed the gap from 0.9 to 0.5 just in a couple of corners. And I have a feeling he does have a very strong chance going into the start-finish straight.
Yeah, he might have an opportunity here to try and make something happen, but hopefully he's not having flashbacks of what happened the last time around, where he ends up losing that 4th position in the absolute last turn. But we're going to move on over to Abhi Thakur as he makes his way through Cafe all the way down towards bleachers and the checkered flag here. Abhi Thakur already in the celebrations, having started 12 seconds, make that 13, takes the checkered flag in style. You can only do that in Esports SK. That's a little too risky to do IRL, but 11 out of 10 for celebrations there to the start-finish line. Fun Anywhere comes in second, and looks like Nick the Gamer start-finish straight. Shami, has he left it a little too late? He has He's gonna come in 4th. Meister finishes in 5th. Sanchit finishes off 6th. B&D Motorsport, they all cross the finish line. Fiersby comes in 8th. And Priniv, the last man out, is gonna be making his way through Dive Junction. He is a fair bit behind the leading pack, but regardless, big props to him for seeing this through and finishing 9th in a super competitive lobby right here. But take nothing away from Abby Tucker. After a hard-fought 2nd place on Nürburgring, he takes the victory here on Interlagos ahead of Fun Anywhere. And yep, the celebrations will continue on for a bit here for Abby Tucker there. SK, thoughts on the race?
I mean, awesome race, man. I mean, it just shows the level of competition. It's just improving week on week, and now we're moving into the final weekend. So it's just amazing to see some of these guys, especially Abby, right? We know he's one of the fastest guys, but securing himself that win is just gonna give him such a big confident boost, and Fun Anywhere as well. He is gonna consider those crashes and make sure that, going into the finals, he does not make any of those mistakes, because I think moving on from here, it is very do or die situation, and it's going to come down to the best of the best. So you want to be at your A game, and you don't want to be making such mistakes. Again, a big shout out. I feel like driver of the day for me is like Shami, because it's just such a good comeback every race that we saw. Even though he had like very good qualifying, he always gets dropped down to like P8, P9, and then comes back to finish in the top 4. So brilliant drive coming in from Shami. It's just hope that he qualifies and makes it towards the grand finals.
Yep. I mean, both races, unfortunately, he gets bumped down towards the midfield from that 2nd row start on the grid, but he manages to fight back in 2 occasions, almost finishing 4th twice, but for that small mistake up at Nürburgring that did put him down to 5th. But he can walk away from this with his head held high. An amazing race coming out from him. Congratulations to Fun Anywhere as well as Abby Tucker. They will be the first 2 races to take the wins here in the round robin phase of the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. This is the 2nd round robin phase. We're done with Group A plus Group B. We'll be next moving on to Group C plus Group D. Lot more racers who will be taking their fight on Nürburgring as well as Interlagos. I'm Shades here. That is SK. Please, we'll take a quick break. In about 30 minutes time, we will be back with 2 more races heading your way. So don't go anywhere. What's up, everyone? Welcome back to the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. I'm Shesay. Joining me is SK, please. SK, we just witnessed two amazing races between Groups A and B. It is time now to head on to Groups C and D and see if the excitement is going to get even better.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. Like this time around, again, different racers, same tracks, however, but we get to see a bunch of different talent coming into these two races now. So race one is going to be Nürburgring, and race two is going to be Interlagos. But I'm more excited now to see Interlagos than Nürburgring because of the fact that it kind of threw such a big curveball into the whole scenario. Because, like you said, everyone practiced a lot at Nürburgring going into the qualifiers and going into the round robin, but nobody really paid attention to a lot of Interlagos, except, of course, we saw in race number 1 and 2. It was very clear that Abby and Fun Anywhere know what they're doing. So I want to see if there's anyone else that can beat that 148 time lap on Interlagos and 217 of Abby's on Nürburgring. That will truly what I'm excited for, and I'm looking forward to seeing if anyone's faster than the two guys we've already seen in race 1 and 2.
Indeed, man. Let's have a look back at the format for for the newer viewers who are going to be tuning in right now. We did have two races off stream for the first round. That was on the 5th and 6th of September. We did get on stream 12th September onwards. We had two races on 12th, two more races on 13th for day 4, and we did have a couple of wildcard rounds as well happening on the 15th of September off stream. We have with us the top 24 racers in the country who will be battling it out over the next 3 days in round robin format. Top 10 racers at the end of this weekend will proceed to the finals that will happen on 26th of September. This is what the racers are going to be playing for. It's a lot more than just pride and glory at stake here. 2,25,000 INR is on the line. First place walking away with 1 lakh rupees, second place with 75,000, and third place with 50,000 rupees. The top 10 will also walk away with Toyota Gazoo Racing merchandise. Besides all of this, the top 3 racers will also qualify to the finals of the Asian Nations Cup, where they will be joined by the top 3 from Singapore, Malaysia, Thailand, Philippines as well. So, I mean, the list just goes on and on and on, SK. There is just so much on the line for racers in this tournament. A lot of pressure as well, because this tournament is happening on Gran Turismo Sport on PS4. And what I have seen is this game does have a very committed community in India. They've been pretty much waiting for opportunities like this. They've been putting in those times in the game ever since it did initially launch. So some of these guys have been with the game for years now, and they finally get a massive opportunity thanks to Toyota India. However, the margins are very slim. One small mistake and you might be out of the reckoning, SK.
Yep. There's a lot at stake, like you said. It's also a big opportunity. It's the first time we are seeing the Supra GT Cup coming down in India, and it giving an opportunity all these racers to not only represent India but also take part in that APAC league or the APAC race, which is going to be also important to the community as a whole, because this is going to push a lot of the youngsters or new and up and comers to put in more time and possibly focus a lot more on sim racing and Gran Turismo. So a huge shout out and props to Toyota Gazoo Racing for giving India this opportunity. Of course, Toyota Kirloskar as well for bringing in this big initiative that is the GR Supra GT Cup Asia, and this is the India qualifiers that you guys are watching. At the end of the day, you will see an India representative. I think that's going to be next week, right? Next week is the final.
Yeah, it's next
if I'm
Saturday.
Not mistaken.
Yes.
Yeah, so 26th is when we will crown our champion As you guys just saw, it's not just the pride; there's also a lot of money at stake. And yeah, I'm excited, man. Let's see. We got 3 days of round robin, and then we will get our final 10, who will then move on to the grand finals.
Yeah, for viewers who are just tuning in and joining us, the format is very similar to how we did in the last week as well. We have 20 minutes of practice session, which is used for qualifying, followed by pretty much an 8-lap race. So first we're going to be jumping onto Nürburgring, followed by Interlagos. We did use Nürburgring throughout the entirety of weeks 1 and 2, and we do have a slight mix coming into the round robin format, where we're going to have the introduction of Interlagos as well. In fact, we just witnessed racers on that track for the very first time here in this tournament. Next week for the finals, it's going to get even harder, SK. We're going to have 2 more tracks join into the pool. It's going to be Spa and Monza. So 4 races, 4 different tracks. I think that is going to be a test of consistency to see who can consistently perform regardless of the track. What do you think, SK?
Yep, I think that's when the real reliability, consistency, and mental fortitude comes into play, because it's a lot of races and you have to pedal to the metal throughout the weekend. And I think 26th is when you will see everything on the line, all these racers kind of picking up the slack, and they have a whole week of practice ahead of them as well, which is, I think, a very crucial element going into the finals. And knowing the tracks, I think they have enough time to put in practice and better their time, and hopefully be the champion at the end of 26th.
Indeed, man. Let's talk a little bit about the last race that we just witnessed. In fact, last couple of races that we witnessed between Group A and B. Up at top, I think it was pretty clear that Fun Anywhere as well as Abby Thakur were clearly the front runners. Fun Anywhere taking first place and Abby taking second place in race 1, and it was a switcheroo when we did go to race 2 on Interlagos, with Abby taking the win and Fun Anywhere on second. But I think the entire fight was in the mid pack, where we did see a lot of positions constantly getting changed between racers. There was very little margin for error. They managed to keep up with the front pack for majority of the race, but it was pretty much down to 1 or 2 small mistakes that eventually swapped positions around. We did see that infamous spin from Shami down towards the final straight of lap number 8 on Nürburgring, but he did manage to keep his composure and almost get into 3rd position in the next race on Interlagos. So what are your thoughts on those 2 races that we just witnessed, SK?
I think Interlagos is much more, it's a very challenging track, and you got to be really good on your pace as well as your braking and your exiting of corners compared to Nürburgring, which is a very fast-paced track. There are certain, and you can ease out, but on Interlagos, I feel like it's a little more. You got to put in an extra bit of concentration, because there's a lot more corners and very few straights that you can take advantage. But we saw some brilliant overtaking, and I think mid pack is where all the excitement actually is, because both the races we saw that once the leaders kind of just got a little bit of space, they kind of disappeared into the distance, and there was almost like 8-10 seconds gap in both of the races. But the mid range, the mid pack, which is 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th, and also 6th place, it was very fun to watch, and there was a lot of dogfights going on there, a lot of brilliant overtaking going on there, and that's where I kind of want to watch, because those people also have a potential chance to qualify, right? So it is not going to be easy, because the leaders are going to be comfortably qualifying, but these are the guys that have to fight it out to the last race and then make their way to the grand finals. So yeah, I mean, that's where I'm going to be looking at as well going into these 2 races.
Yeah, we're just waiting on a couple of racers to get on the track before we start off with our 20 minutes of qualifying back on Nürburgring. But let's talk about the first ton itself, the starts of the 2 races. I mean, both races, I think, have had its fair share of drama at the start. The first race, of course, Fun Anywhere, this gets off a little too slow. I think at least a good half a second slow off his muck, but He was lucky that the racer behind him couldn't really readjust back out in time, and neither did Abbey managed to pull ahead. He eventually got into some trouble himself, getting hit at the back towards turn 1 and eventually getting pushed all the way down the pack and having to fight his way back. That was pretty much the situation on Nürburgring. A completely different situation again happening on Interlagos, where at the first turn again we saw Shami this time around get off to a pretty bad start. I think he did finish in third position, second on the grid, and he gets pushed all the way to 7th, 8th at the end of that first turn. So for races coming in, what do you think, will they have to readjust trying to tackle that first corner problems?
I think it's not a lot to do with readjust, but it's a lot to do with reacting to what's happening in that first corner, because I don't think Fun Anywhere or Abbey thought they would, or Abbey for that matter, thought he would be punted off the track that hard. But his line going into it was he tried to exit wide, and then he got punted while he was trying to exit wide. He was actually trying to avoid all this. He knew the inside line is going to be chaotic. So he tried to go on the outside, and then he got punted off, which meant he went even wider than he wanted to. So I feel like it's more of reacting to what's going to happen. And if you do see a few races in your rearview mirror, you want to kind of move away, unless you're Fun Anywhere, because I think his was a very lucky incident. What happened? He got pushed off, but he got pushed ahead. So he just he took an advantage basically out of the punt, and then he just moved across, and he's on the first three corners he got like a second lead. So I guess he's reacting to that situation. And if you're Shami, then it's obviously not giving up and fighting and trying to get back into the podium, or at least in the top 5, even though you had a very bad corner 1. So yeah, I feel like some of these guys are fast enough to recover from it, but some of these guys actually, it's going to cost them the whole race and potentially the chance to qualify to the finals.
Indeed, man. And we've also seen certain situations where you're pretty much neck and neck with another racer coming into turn 1, and you want to try and break that split second later and make up a position or two at that first turn. And what usually happens is, even if you slightly overshoot it, you're not just gonna end up losing out on positions yourself. Chances are you're gonna make contact with an innocent bystander there. That race is pretty much gonna go down south for 2 to 3 races at least at the end. So it does become a question of eventually just like you said, trusting your instincts. I think you want to eventually push a little harder, but you always got that notion that, hey, I think this is pushing it a little too much, maybe even a little over the boundary, trying to make this happen. So all things considered, I think we have set ourselves up for an amazing couple of racers to come up, which I think it's going to take a moment or two. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back shortly with more races coming your way from the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you folks in just a bit. Welcome back, everyone. We're all set to jump straight into the next set of races for today. We're going to be going with groups C and D. We'll be going on to Nürburgring, followed by Interlagos. I think we've talked about it enough. It is time to jump onto the track and see how these races are going to be faring here during 20 minutes of qualifying. That's how much time they have. Let's, without further ado, just jump straight into the action. I think we've already broken down the game as much as we can here during the pre-show. We're going to be on the in fact, on the outlap with Ancient Fleb. This is another racer that we want to keep our eyes on, SK. This man has been putting in very fast laps on Interlagos as well. He was the winner of the second practice race yesterday. So I think he's going to be one of the favorites coming into this session. But I think the fastest we have seen so far in all the practice sessions and all the tournament race sessions that we've witnessed so far has been Jackster. This man has been putting laps that are impeccable here on Nürburgring, and I think it's going to be a close competition at the top between these two.
The question is he faster than the one for 217 by Abbey? That is the real question, because I think for me personally, the fastest I've seen at least is a 217 on qualifying. So if he can beat that, well, you know, I'm gonna put him on my books as a favorite as well, because right now it's filled, the two slots of my favorites are filled with Abbey and Fun Anywhere. So yeah, two guys. But if you're saying Jackster is faster, then I really want to see what he can do.
Yeah, we're gonna stay with the Ancient Fleb here to kind of walk you guys through a hot lap here on Nürburgring GP circuit. Has been something that the players have been playing quite a bit throughout the entire first round. It was the track used for all the qualifying races in the last round. We've seen a lot of mixed reaction here on the circuit. Quite a few of them putting in some stunning laps as we cross the finish line here for the start of for the first hot lap rather for Ancient Fleb. A lot of different ways different racers attack this first turn. Ancient Fleb pretty much going on the middle of the track. We've seen a couple of variations where they decide to swing wide on the outside. We've also seen racers take a very tight turn using the apex on the turn, braking very hard early and accelerating even more earlier out of the corner. Ancient Fleb has kind of taken a middle ground approach towards that turn here, coming straight down towards Circuit 2. We do have another fast swinging left turn here. The car is sliding around a little bit. Might affect his time by a whisker, but again, coming out of the exit, it's going to be full fast before they're going to have to brake hard for the Dunlop hairpin here. A very slow hairpin by looks of things. We've seen this being the bane of a couple of racers during one of their qualifying races as well. Very critical that you hit that turn at the absolute perfect angle, else you're going to not only lose space, but you might even end up hitting a little bit of the gravel on the exit, which pretty much spins your car out of control, and your lap is pretty much done right then and there. If it's qualifying, your race is pretty much done if it is live during the race. So few challenges that these racers will have to overcome here on Nürburgring, as Schumacher is easily maneuvered. He's gonna come full speed through the arch here, the fastest part of the circuit, before it is all brakes for the super slow Weedall chicane, using all of the curve on the turn. Nicely done. Now it's going to be punching that accelerator all the way down before a slight brake here at the end corner turn. Down the start finish straight. I think this is going to be a very competitive time. 15, 16, 6, 1, 3. Ancient Fleb has set the benchmark here on Nürburgring Escape.
Oh, he's not a pleb anymore. I mean, 216, that is a fast time. And then even a B2 speed just 0.44 off. And Jackster, like you said, another fast guy, just 200ths of a second off of, 400ths of a second off of Ancient Pleb. But what an amazing lap set that clean. I was just gonna say that how smooth he was on the exits. He had much more power exiting corners than most of the racers we've seen on Nürburgring up until now. And Ancient Pleb, the 216, that is the fastest qualifying lap we've seen in the tournament. What a brilliant run. And he must be feeling very confident going into this because, Jackster is close, but I don't think he's close enough. So unless Jackster puts together a bunch of clean laps, which I think he is going to, because you said, we got to watch out for Jackster. He's really good. We'll do that. But for now, I think Ancient Pleb, man, what a 216. I'm very surprised that there's someone that's faster than Abby at the moment.
I mean, that is the beauty, right? We've seen all these racers racing in individual lobbies where it is a mixture of professional racers with the amateurs and some newcomers as well in some instances. So we don't really know how they're going to measure up against each other until this weekend, where it's only the winners and runners up of the qualifying racers that are taking part throughout the entirety of Friday, Saturday and Sunday. So Jackster, he's got his work cut out. Ancient Fleb came in with a blinder of a lap. He's a good almost half a second faster than Jackster's best so far, and he's got quite a bit of distance to make up. A B2 speed winner of one of the qualifying races last weekend is in third position, 0.2 of a second slower than Jackster here. 2 minutes 4 seconds as he comes in towards the end corner. He's gonna have some trouble here though with traffic ahead of him. Cold Homie as well as Zabi2 speed not too far away, and I don't think either of them will hamper him much here. He does go a mid 17 there, 17 541, but that's in racing terms still a way bit off, as we see in that background. One of the racers completely whiff the Yokohama turn there, go on to the gravel. That does give Jackster some sufficient room here on the track to try and get in a fast one and take that lead away from Ancient Fleb.
We can't count anyone out at this point of time because of the fact that, like you said, it's come down to just the best of the best remaining in these group stages. So every one of these guys has an equal opportunity. It's just that Ancient Pleb right now has set a very, very fast benchmark of a lap, which is 216. And, it's a tall ask to beat that, but it is possible at the end of the day. Jackster is putting in consistent laps, but he's still about 400 seconds off. A B2 speed just 0.44 off of Jackster, so he can steal away that P2 as well. And then RKB also about 800 seconds slower, but I think this time around he's got a much better lap. But the rest of the pack, Dheeraj, Edge, Season, VA2, I wonder what they're doing, because Dheeraj, if you remember, this guy was very, very dominant in his lobby as well. He was almost going to overlap one of the back markers. And I did notice that last time Dheeraj was very fast in the race. Very quiet in the qualifying, but his race pace is something that we did speak of last week. So I'm hoping Dheeraj improves on his time and starts off in the front row, or at least the front 2 rows.
Yeah, another couple of guys that we did see very strong. In fact, during the previous round, one was Scissor and second Cold Homie, who in fact did win his lobby. But this is pretty much a sign of how competitive the lobbies are going to be this weekend. He is 6.3 seconds behind Ancient Fleb, and he's got a lot of things to fix. He's gonna shoot wide there, just barely manages to hold on to the rear. Seems like he was gonna eventually spin out of that lap, and he's come back in 10 seconds slower than Ancient Fleb. So yeah, he's gonna have to clock speeds a lot faster than that, and Ancient Fleb is gonna miss it there. Slightly touches the gravel, and that has sent him spinning out of the circuit 2 turn there. He does manage to recover back before he does have one of the racers overtake him, and that might have cost him a fair bit, because then he'd have to worry about traffic as well for the rest of qualifying. But looks like he's going to miss the turn again. Ancient Fleb trying to push the limits here, but way off the mark on a couple of occasions there, and maybe that is the encouragement that Jackster needs here to try and close that gap down, because Ancient Fleb, at least for now, looks pretty shaky, SK.
Yeah, I mean, I think the grip of his tires once he entered that gravel is kind of left the building. So he might want to, visit the pit lane and get some fresh set of rubber if he wants to continue qualifying. And I think that's what he's gonna do. And I think Jackster as well. He's gone off a couple of times, so maybe he should switch up to a fresher set. They have enough time. They have about 10 more minutes before before they call off the qualifying. But as of now, just to run through, it is going to be Ancient Pleb with that 2 minutes 16.613 in P1, Jackster in P2, Abhi2 Speed in P3, RKV in P4, Dheeraj in P5, Caesar 1310 in P6, VA in P7. It's going to be Cold Homie in P8 and Dr. Cynic in P9. There we go. We see Dr. Cynic as well as Ancient Pleb. Both of them have got some fresh tires on. So one out lap, warm them up, and then go for possibly a faster time.
Yeah, but the problem is Ancient Pleb, the timing I could have been slightly better. He's come out not too far behind RKV, and RKV has been clocking in quite a few fast laps himself, but there is a good chance that Ancient Pleb might have to maybe ease out a little bit here in the outlap, put a little bit more distance behind between him and RKV to ensure that he can get the maximum out of these fresh tires in the next lap. As you can see, he just barely clips a little bit of the gravel on the entry there, and it might seem like a very small thing, but with these players pretty much working with only a few tens to hundreds of a seconds between each other, that does make a world of difference, SK.
Oh yeah, for sure. It does make a huge difference. But now, I mean, you did say Jackster is pretty fast. Who else in this lobby do you have your eyes on? Because we know that Ancient Pleb and Jackster, yes, they're 1 and 2, but is there anyone else that we should keep an eye on? Like I said, Dheeraj, right? Dheeraj has very good race pace. So I want to see if Dheeraj can improve or do something in the race. But anyone else in particular that we should keep our eye on?
I absolutely believe coming into this race, at least, my eyes were on 4 guys in this race: Ancient Flip, Jackster, Abhi2 Speed and RKV. These are winners of the qualifying rounds that they were in last weekend, and I did expect them to pretty much take positions 1 and 4 pretty convincingly, and in that regard at least I'm not surprised as much. And considering Ancient Fled put in some amazing laps on Interlagos yesterday in the practice race as well, does make him by far, I think, the favorite coming into not just Interlagos but here on Nürburgring as well. And he's proved that problems for Jackster though, as Abhi2 Speed just makes up another position there. He moves into second, pushing Jackster into the second row of the grid behind Ancient Fleb. Not the place you want to be, especially if you're challenging for the win here on Nürburgring, SK.
And someone's left a cone as well at the exit of P1. But yeah, you were right. You do want to start off in the front of the row. But we've also seen the chaos that happens in turn number 1. And I hope that, Ancient Pleb or Jackster doesn't get kind of punted out, or if they do get caught in any incidents, because that's going to be a big blow to their racing. And just so you said, a B2 speed sets a fastest sector 1. So he is chasing for that P1 as well. He doesn't want to keep Ancient Pleb in that comfortable position, and B2 Speed wants to catch up on that 200ths of a second that he's slow, almost 300ths of a second, and potentially steal away the P1 spot from Ancient Pleb. But for now, it looks as though Ancient Pleb is going to stay in P1, B2 Speed in P2, knocking Jackster to P3, RKB in P4. Then we have
look
Caesar
at the time though
P5.
coming in from Abhi to Speed SK. He is on his personal best right now.
Oh, for sure. He did set 2 sectors now back to back. It all comes down to that VDOL, because I feel like that's what a lot of these people kind of lose time, because it is that curb when they hit it, and then on the exit, I've seen a lot of these racers lose time. But 141.562, just 0.71 faster. He still needs to catch up 300ths of a second, so he's just 70 now. Let's see if he can make some magic happen in these last 2 corners. Doesn't get a penalty yet, so he is on course, but goes off, touches the gravel there. Now in the last end corner, if his exit's good, he has the potential to topple Ancient Pleb. It's gonna be close. Gear shifts perfect at 215. Oh, but that's Ancient Pleb. Okay, never mind. So B2 Speed set the fastest lap, and then Ancient Pleb set a 2:15.893, topping his previous best. And now I think that he's up there, man. It's not going to be easy to beat that. B2 Speed is almost 500ths of a second now away from Ancient Pleb. What an amazing lap. I feel like Ancient's going to steal this race away from under all these racers, because he's parked his car off in the distance. You can see him in T1. He's gone off. He's good. He's like, I think he's convinced that this is going to be the fastest lap. And what a brilliant qualifying session from him.
Yeah, that must be such a heartbreak for, in fact, B2 Speed. Judging by how his lap was going, in fact, we were pretty much keeping our eyes on him as well. We thought that was it. That was the lap that was going to send him to P1, at least provisionally at that point of time. But Ancient Pleb just goes ahead, digs deeper, and comes in with an even faster lap. And now he's chilling at the side of the circuit. There's only 3 more minutes left of qualifying, and I think he pretty much knows, hey, I have myself a stunning lap. I guess it's over to you guys to try and beat that. They have maybe another lap left in them to try and match that time, if not go better. But I think that is pretty much as good as you get here on this track. But surprises always wait on the other side, and having watched B2 Speed, Jackster and our KV in the last week, I'm sure if there's any bunch of lads who can do it, it's certainly this bunch.
Yeah, I think the race is gonna be mighty exciting, considering the fact that all these guys are really slow. B2 Speed, I mean, he's trying, man. He's trying, but you see Ancient there. He's gone off the track. He's convinced. He's like, bro, this is my personal best. You know what? Go at it, everyone else. But he is convinced, and we can see it. Abhi here struggling, almost 2 seconds off. And look at Ancient Pleb. He's just chilling at this point. He's like, I'm good.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't need to do anything at this point of time, right? He's
too fast. I mean, 2:15, we've not seen a 2:15 at all. That is just insanely fast.
And I think it's also a good opportunity for him to kind of take a breather, right? All of these racers now have to push beyond their boundaries for at least another 3 or 4 minutes to try and bump up positions on that starting grid. But for Ancient Pleb, he can pretty much use this time to reorganize his thoughts, compose himself, knowing that he's going to be starting quite possibly on pole, and he's got a pretty big grind of 8 laps ahead of him. So he's gonna just chill at the moment, just get whatever rest he can before the chaos of that first turn in the race does eventually come by.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, like you mentioned, he just has to chill now. He's got almost like a 2-3 minute buffer where everyone else is giving their best, but Ancient's basically preparing himself for the race. And again, it does come down to the start. He's been joined by RKB as well there. It seems as though both of them are just chilling on the side of the track. There we go. We see RKB and Ancient at the Dunlop happen, just witnessing the rest of the racers go through and possibly having a discussion and taking a break, which is kind of cool to see as well, because yes, like you said, they're not using that extra bit of energy to push for these last few minutes, rather conserve it and then push in the race. But this is a two-part, there's a two-race series. Just to say that Dheeraj is gonna go off, and that is gonna be the end of Dheeraj's qualifying session, because this is the last lap. I think they just have a couple more, I think a minute tops. No, it's not even a minute, just 10 seconds. So that is the end of qualifying. So it's going to be Ancient Pleb in P1, Abhi in P2, Jackson in P3, 4th RKB, 5th Caesar, and that's going to be the race. Now it's going to be race number 1 for this group. That's going to be Nürburgring, and race number 2 Interlagos. Take it away, Shade, for the race start.
Well, we have 9 GR Supra RZ20s line up at the starting grid here. Ancient Fleb starting on pole, a blinder of a lap there during qualifying. That does give him first position. Abhi to speed, close behind, and they're all off. 9 racers heading down the straight. Ancient Fleb, an amazing start, already got close to 2/10 of a second coming into the first turn. Abhi to speed though on the outside, wants to make that move right here. The contact is gonna send both away. A big opportunity for the rest of them to come in. Dr. Cynic just goes for the dive, gets into third. Jackson's up onto fourth. Dheeraj, he's the one who did make contact initially, but Abhi to speed has managed to take back that second position. Ancient Flip does have the lead despite that contact early on. Did look like it was gonna become a lot more hectic, a lot more places lost, but we talked about instincts kicking in there for Ancient Fleb. Not only does he hold on to the lead miraculously after turn 1, he manages to start pulling away as well. Already 3/10 of a second, almost 4/10 ahead. A lot closer though as they break in towards circuit 2, down towards Dunlop. This pressure is going to continue to stay on Ancient Fleb here. Abhi to speed knows this is the absolute best opportunity. But he's going to break a second too late. Almost gives away his position as well. Barely manages to stay on the track there. But Abhi to speed holds on by the skin of his teeth, because he's got Dr. Cynic now breathing down his rear there, SK.
Yeah, look at that start though. Dr. Cynic making up huge amount of place, as well as Dheeraj. This is what I was talking about with respect to Dheeraj. He's got a brilliant race pace and he capitalized huge on all those incidents in the start. He puts himself in P4, but Jackster all the way down to P6 now has to fight for his position. And he has to come back to his P3 where he did qualify. He drops down a lot. Caesar and Cold Homie back in 7th and 8th, also having a bit of a battle there, but Ancient Pleb and Abhi to speed, the 2 blue Supras all the way in the front, P1 and P2, Dr. Cynic in P3, and for sure, you know for a fact that Dheeraj is going to take a shot at this overtake because he's rather close to Dr. Cynic, as Ancient Pleb takes a huge penalty, 1.3 seconds. What did he do? Did he go off Vidal completely? And as I say that, look at that. Dheeraj is trying to take a shot. Good defense coming in from Dr. Cynic, swaying left and right. He's going to swerve across but hold the position. Meanwhile, Dheeraj is going to get a much better entry into P1. And we can see that Dr. Cynic slides off. Can Dheeraj close the gap now? That is the real question. Dheeraj into turn 2 looking much better. The line is perfect and he's going to catch up. And he's gonna dive bomb him into the turn number 3, and Dr. Cynic cannot do anything about it, loses the grip, goes wide. Dheeraj up in P3, and now he's going to try and push for P2 as well, because P2 speed, even though he has 3 seconds, Dheeraj is going to push because he doesn't have anyone else in the way right now.
Well, that was a wonderful move there coming into turn 2, in fact. The first turn towards the full slow, we did see a couple of variations as well. You either want to hit the apex, take a tight turn, and completely move past the car ahead before you get to the arena turn. But over there, Dheeraj just pretty much played it patiently. He just stays behind Dr. Cynic the entire while, using that slipstream, and eventually that opportunity comes in towards that arena turn where he's able to get that clean overtaking move done and dusted in. Within half a lap, has managed to put a 1.2 second lead between himself and Dr. Cynic in 4th position. I think now it's just a question of putting his head down and try and hunt Abhi to speed, who's a good 3.5 seconds ahead of him.
Yeah, but look at the penalties on both these guys. They have 0.9 penalties on both of them. I wonder what this is from. Because is it from corner cutting or is it from collision? I'm not really sure. But they are serving the penalty as they go into, they slow down into the last corner. But Ancient Pleb still has 0.8, so it's 800ths of a second. Abhi2 speed is catching up. He's gaining on Ancient Pleb. Surprising that he's pushing so hard in the race, and I think they are going to start moving away. There we go. P2 speed is going to serve the last hundredths of a second, not yet, but I have a feeling he's got a much better pace than Ancient Pleb, and Ancient Pleb still has that 0.8 second penalty on him.
Indeed, man. I think the biggest casualty though of that first turn was RKV. And Jackster. I think RKV though came off even worse there. He's all the way down to 8th position. He's made up a significant amount of time, but we did get a glimpse of him, I think towards turn 4 or turn 5 at that first lap, where we saw him, I think about 15 seconds behind the entire pack. So I'm not really sure what happened there, if there was significant contact that completely threw him off the track itself, because he was on the second row. He was in a good position. Oh, he ends up running into Cold Homie, who's not going to give up this position for free. He manages to hold on to the rear though. Critical that he did there, RKV. Otherwise, all the hard work from the last 3 laps would have pretty much gone down for nothing. But as things stand, he's made it up to 7th position. But coming up next, it's Jackster, who's pretty much on the same boat. He's also trying to make his way back to the front of the pack, having to fight his way through the midfield. These guys pretty much...
These two guys have to fight a lot because they only have, like, it's an 8-lap race. So it's not like super long. They don't have like 20 laps to catch up. They have to push like every single lap. And Jackster and RKB still stuck in 6th and 7th, considering they were P2 and P3. I think it was P3 and P4. They should be faster than the rest of the guys in front, but unfortunately not able to catch up. And whilst we say that, Ancient Pleb is going to go into lap number 4. He's got a healthy 2.4 second lead into Abhi, and look at Abhi as well. He's got another 3 or 4 seconds onto Dheeraj edge there. So it is basically deja vu. The first two are kind of moving away from the rest of the pack, and then we have 3rd and 4th pretty much distant, no action there. And then the back of the pack where we have Jackster and RKB trying to push, trying to close the time. And we see Jackster here hunting P5. He's close, 700ths of a second. You know for a fact he's going to make a move this lap. Unfortunate what happened to him at the start of the race, but the fact that he's still pushing and he's very close to Cynic and Caesar, I want to say that he can finish P4 in this race if he continues this pace.
Well, those cones were heavy casualties at turn 1. You see them littered all over. I think it barely though is a representation of the kind of drama that went down in turn one. I think the most, I would say clearly the most we've seen of the two race starts today. I do believe the first time around we did see a much more cleaner start to Nürburgring, but Jackster is just biding his time here. He's gonna try and maybe look down the outside, but immediately falls back, decides, yep, does not have an opportunity there at circuit 2. Maybe towards the hairpin, he might have had a little more opportunity coming in through Schumacher. Yes, this is almost a no-no here. At this point of time, you pretty much have to continue to stick behind as we go through these slow bends, as the accelerating faster part of the circuit towards the arch is where I believe Jackster will have the best opportunity. There's going to be a lot of pressure on Cesar, also going down towards Vidal and the end corner to try and keep Jackster off him. And with the slipstream advantage that he does have, I think Jackster's going to look to make that dive sooner rather than later.
Ooh,
and there you go.
That is an aggressive dive, but he's going to lose that position because I don't think Cesar was, willing to give that position away that easy. Punts him off to the side because he did have the inside line there. Jackster now has to... He does lose time. I feel like he was impatient coming into that. Maybe Vidal was not the best section. He should have waited it out and possibly hit him on the start-finish straight. But what's going to happen is it's going to be added pressure now to Jackster. He only has about 3 laps, so 4 laps remaining to close this position because he is losing a lot of time. Considering that if he had made this overtake on Cesar, he could have actually worked himself towards Doctor and Dheeraj, but that incident is gonna kind of hold him back some more, and now he is gonna be stuck again trying to gain that 1 second onto Cesar for that overtake opportunity.
And Abhi to speed, it's been pretty consistent so far. He's been putting in fast lap times, but Ancient Fleb has been able to maintain that 3 to 3.5 second lead onto Abhi to speed, who's pretty much settled into his pace right now. He's got himself a very good position, might have managed to even overtake Ancient Fleb. In fact, he was ahead of him as they went into turn 1, but I'm not sure if there was contact onto Abhi to speed as well, which allowed Ancient Fleb to actually retake back the lead, or if Ancient Fleb just flat out got the better turn towards Yokohama there. But
I think it was Ancient who had a better turn. I think Abhi did get caught up in that whole chaotic incident, but they were the first two to get out of it. But the real, it costed Jackster and RKB a lot of time, a lot of position as well. So like we were speaking about it, right? That first corner is very critical. It's just two mindsets going into it. Do you want to be part of the chaos, or do you want to take a safer line and possibly lose position, but at least you'll get like a better exit, or you go wide and then you get a better exit. But it's very tricky to basically tackle that turn 1 incident. It's just all reactive at the end of the day, and it's again kind of luck as to which side your car gets punted. If you are in the middle, then you're good to go. We saw that happen last time around with Fun Anywhere at the start, right? He got punted ahead, which kind of gave him an advantage rather than him losing a position. So I guess it's just more of reactive, and it just didn't go too well for RKB and Jackster, and you see them struggling right now in the back of the pack because they did lose a lot of time. It is not easy to gain a lot of time again in an 8-lap race, and prime example is the person we're looking at, Jackster. He had a good overtaking opportunity onto Cesar, but it was too aggressive. He paid for it. Now he basically wasted 2 laps of catching up because he messed up that overtake. Right, but if he did take that overtake, he would have been in P5. He would have been in P4, and he could have continued pushing towards P3 and P2. So I guess it's more of taking the right decision at the pace that they're going, and I feel like, some of these guys maybe have to dial it down a little bit, at least in the early sections of the race, because clearly they have much better pace going into it, right? Like Dheeraj, for example, he had a very bad qualifying, if you think about it. But look at him, he's sitting comfortable in P3, pushing hard. He's got a second onto Cesar. He's happy to be there. So it is, again, all come down to the racers and their mentality going into the first corner and how they want to tackle it.
Something must have happened to Dr. Cynic. He was.
I think he disconnected or he went off track. I'm not really sure what happened because I did see his car on the side for a second. It's like, I'm not really sure what happened there.
Oh,
if we can move down to him, yeah, I think he might have gone off. But that's going to cost him, what, 4th to 7th? So 2 places. And look at Jackster and RKB, right? Now RKB is as well, he's come back to 6th, even though he went all the way to the last place. And I really want to see Jackster on P4 because it does give him a fighting chance going into race number 2 in terms of the points. But it looks as though they're all really close. And Cesar kind of slowly but surely catching up to Dheeraj. So this is again added pressure to Dheeraj to kind of defend his position for these last 2 laps. And then talking about the rest of the race, I think Ancient and Nabi, they just have their own. Look at Cesar, aggressive turn 1. I've never seen anyone cut the corner. And just as I say cut the corner, he gets a 0.5 penalty for that. And this is going to put a big smile on Jackster's face because whilst he serves his penalty, Jackster is going to be able to close the gap even further. Just 0.08 of a second going into the arena corner now. Let's see if Jackster can capitalize onto this 0.04 of a second penalty that Cesar just got cutting corner number 1.
Yeah, that is pretty much a tightrope that they're walking there, especially if you're trying to hit the apex at that first turn. There's just so small margins there for error, and Jackster just gets offered an opportunity there. 0.8 seconds now behind Cesar, who's also got traffic ahead of him now in Dheeraj. So Jackster right now, unfortunately, does not have too many laps to try and make this maneuver as they make their way down towards the Schumacher SS. Got about barely a lap and a half to try and push into 4th, and that would be a considerably big achievement, seeing as to how the race start played out for Jackster. But he's still got some work to do here. Gotta put his head down and try and put in an absolutely flawless final lap.
Oh yeah, it's going to be on to this final lap, and that's not a position you want to be in. Look at Cesar. I'm surprised Dheeraj is making some errors up ahead. Cesar's going to try and look at taking the corner, and he kind of fumbles a bit there, which is going to be a 3-way battle, I think, going into the final corner and going into the final lap as well. Cesar goes wide, which is going to give Jackster a free opportunity and a place there. And look at Jackster in a potential 3-way battle, now looking at a podium. What a brilliant drive from this man. Cesar is going to take a huge loss from that corner, and now he's going to get shut down by Jackster. And this corner here is going to give Jackster an advantage, and he's going to get a good amount of exit speed going into the next corner. Dheeraj shuts the door. There's a bit of contact between Jackster and Dheeraj. Turn number 2, Jackster does come on the inside. Is he going to dive? Nope. Dheeraj is going to shut the door again. Dheeraj, aggressive driving. You can see the rear end of his Supra completely damaged from all those incidents that he's been through in the first few laps. And meanwhile, the front of the pack, it's just Ancient, enjoying the clean, fresh air. But Dheeraj, let's keep an eye out on Dheeraj because he's got a lot of defending to do. Going into sector number 2 now. Jackster has a few opportunities, but these are going to be aggressive overtakes from Jackster, or he's not going to be able to secure the podium.
Yeah, he's got maybe a couple of opportunities with the half remaining lap here of the first race between C and D on Nürburgring. Jackster pretty much all over the rear of Dheeraj Edge, waiting for him to make a mistake, looks through the outside, not going to find a window back in. He needs to be careful as well because Cesar is straight up behind him. One mistake from Jackster, and not only is he gonna lose out on this fight, he's also gonna lose out on 4th position that he's fought so hard for throughout the entirety of the race. He's gonna try and move on the inside. No quarters given there by Dheeraj. I think he's gonna be able to hold on. Ancient Fleb though coming in through the end corner, down to face the checkered flag. He will take the victory here, the fastest of the lot on Nürburgring so far. Abhi 2 Speed takes 2nd position, but this is the fight we've been looking for. Dheeraj has managed to actually put a fair bit of distance between him and Jackster coming in towards the end corner here, and is gonna be able to ward off that fight. A well-deserved 3rd for Dheeraj. Caesar, in fact, is moved on.
Caesar does take the overtake on the last corner. So Jackster, I think, going into Vidal made a huge mistake. And oh my, Jackster is gonna go, be P5 with Cynic in P7. 6 is gonna be RKV. 8th is gonna be VA, and 9th Cold Homie. But oh man, what a brilliant P3, P4, P5 race we just witnessed. The last few laps there, amazing racing from everyone. Dheeraj, just brilliant defense on that last lap, shut the door completely on to Jackster, and then I think Jackster got forced off in the last 2nd corner, which is going to see him in P5. Caesar is going to claim back his P4, and then we see Cold Homie here in 9th finishing off the race. So P1 and P2, very comfortable race. Ancient Pleb leading all the way, fastest lap as well, 2:15.976. And this can go either ways now into Interlagos.
Indeed, man. Congratulations, though, to Ancient Fleb, who put in a blinder of a race. Did face a little bit of issue there at turn 1. In fact, got off the racing line a little too slow, gets overtaken by Abhi 2 Speed, but he gets the better turn up at turn 1 and almost never looked back from that point on. Brilliant race from Dheeraj as well. All things considered, managed to fend off Jackster wonderfully, and unfortunate for Jackster, it was an issue that we did discuss pre-race, is I think during the race as well, pre-race as well.
Yeah.
The fact that you are pushing to get as much track position as you can in this race, but you also got to keep in mind it is a long journey at the end. It is a round robin format, so you want to try and hold on to the positions you currently have. Unfortunately, there towards the final section, Jackster losing out and coming in 5th. He's going to be a little heartbroken, but he can still walk away with a lot of positives from this race. He's fought back to 5th valiantly. RKV had an amazing second half of the race as well, considering his start. So we're pretty much en route for an exciting final race of the round robin day 1, SK.
Yeah, for sure. I think I'm very eager to see what happens in Interlagos, because it was chaotic, but I think throughout the race we had overtakes constantly, like on and on. We saw people trading positions and driving very aggressive. So Interlagos is going to give that extra bit of opportunity for all these aggressive drivers, and let's hope we can see a different order of finishes. So let's jump into Interlagos as fast as we can, because I want to see what these guys have in store for us there.
Yep, the final race of the day is coming up in about 10 to 15 minutes time. Don't go anywhere. Let's take a quick break. We'll see you folks shortly on Interlagos. Don't go anywhere. All right, what's up, everyone? Welcome back. Final race of the day. It's going to be Interlagos again, SK. We've seen this the last time around. Really entertaining. A lot of unknown elements in for many of these racers as they get to push their limits here. We've seen them do it multiple times on Nürburgring though, but the challenge is completely different out here on Interlagos, and we're already in fact ready with qualifying. So without further ado, let's jump straight into the action here as we do see the racers slowly coming out onto track to start their outlaps. But I'm super excited. Last time around we did see, I do believe it was Abhi Thakur who did take the victory here ahead of Fun Anywhere. A very close race. Pretty much the pace setters at the end of qualifying were able to hold on to their positions on track as well after 8 laps, and I would say by and large incident free at the top, but mid pack I think was where we saw Shami again involved in an incident at turn 1 which did push him all the way down the pack, but an amazing effort to fight back and eventually finish 4th, almost getting 3rd as well. He just needed maybe another half a lap there to get himself on the podium, but regardless, an amazing race. What are your expectations this time around on Interlagos, SK?
I think this time around, yeah, I want Jackster and RKB to be a little more careful, because I felt like the race was kind of stolen away from them, or their opportunity to win Nürburgring was taken away because of those incidents early. So hopefully they're a little more observant of going into turn number 1, and also like trying and putting together a fast qualifying so that they don't have to worry about any of this stuff. So yeah, my eyes are on these two gentlemen, because they definitely have the race pace and the ability to take a podium. But unfortunately, last time around, they did get involved in certain incidents, and that kind of put a stop to their podium finish. So these two guys in particular, I want them to have a much better chance at this race compared to what happened to them on Nürburgring.
Yep, we're going to stay with RKV here, who's going to come in towards that lake descent. Perfectly done. Accelerating up towards the horseshoe. Personally, I think this is the most trickiest part of the circuit here, where there's a lot of turns coming up. Is a place where you miss your racing line by a little bit and you get punished almost instantaneously here. The person who's hitting the chicane perfectly, who's hitting the apex correctly, is going to have such an amazing exit out. Moving up towards this fast section of the circuit here, where you have the junction straight up into the cafe. RKV, let's see what kind of time he sets here, because I think the first thing's gonna be to kind of benchmark yourself up against the timings that the previous race, Group A plus B, managed to put out. And I think at least for now, it looks like he's gonna have 49, maybe, or no, just a high 48.
That's still a pretty fast time. That's still a pretty fast. I think 147 was the fastest we saw last time around. So these guys are close, but not close enough. But a B2 speed there is going to start off by setting the 148.757. That is the fastest lap right now, as we keep our eye on the man. There we go. An ancient play, make it look easy. 147.975, almost 700ths of a second faster than a B2 speed. So Ancient here again trying to secure his spot onto the front of the grid with P1 right now. Jackster topples a B2 speeds time there, and he gets a P2 for himself this time around. And this is what I was saying, right? If I were RKV or Jackster, I just want to start off at the front of the grid, considering what happened to them last time around. Just avoid all this incident, get a fast time, just get ahead before all the chaos sets in at the middle of the pack going into turn one.
Indeed, man. Abhi to speed actually does go wide, but I'm guessing he was pretty much just letting Dheeraj go by there. He is in P3 at the moment. Looks like he's gonna put in another slow outlap here, just trying to get some distance in, get himself a small bit of break on the track itself before he does start another hot lap. RKV 0.9 of the leader, 0.1 behind Abhi to speed. So he does bring in a 148, still very fast here from RKV. Coming in towards the start finish straight, it's just going to start building up towards yet another hot lap here. Not really too worried about wanting to hold that racing line going in. He does hit the brakes a tad bit too early, and that forces him to slow down quite a wee bit. The first time I've actually seen someone take that line through the Senna S, but coming in towards the opposite straight, he's gonna hit max speed here before an immediate hard brake in towards Lake Descent. He's got the best time in at least a PB so far. Let's see if he can continue to build on that for the remainder of this lap. RKV, again, one of the players who did get bumped hard down the last time around, and he's gonna be looking to redeem himself here on Interlagos. Decent turn, but forced to readjust there halfway through the turn. Did look like he was gonna maybe slightly overshoot that turn there, but manages to hold it in. Let's see if that has actually cost him some time here as he comes in towards Duckbill. A series of very slow turns. Fast up, he continues to be at his PB, is 0.2 of a second faster than his last outing, and that should be able to bump him up to third position. He's still got about half a second, if not slightly more, to shave off his time here if he is to challenge P2 and P1, but almost certainly gonna end up above Abhi to speed at the end of this, which he does. 0.6 of a second behind, slower rather than Ancient Fleb, who's coming in back again towards the start finish straight. I don't think he's gonna be able to beat his PB this time around. In fact, there's a good half a second slower.
Yeah, I don't think he's fast enough, but I mean, he always does this where I think he puts his all in like 1 or 2 laps and then just tries to chill out for the rest. And I think he sets one more lap and then you'll see him just go off track and just not do anything about the rest of the qualifying. But Abhi to speed takes P2 again from Jackster. 4th is RKV, 5th is Caesar, 6th is Dheeraj, 7th VA and Cold Homie, and 8th. So that has not changed, but I feel like Pleb and Abhi to speed, these two guys again have a very good chance to like disappear in the front of the pack whilst the rest of them fight on. But again, Jackson and RKV very good in qualifying, securing the P3, P4 till now. But let's see what happens in the race, because I think that's where even last time around they did qualify in the second row, but after turn 1 we all know what happened. Dheeraj took P3, Caesar took P4, Jackster was P5, and I think RKV was P6. So yeah, I mean, it's just gonna come down to the race for the rest of the guys. But Ancient Pleb and Abhi to speed, as long as Ancient can take a have a good start, I think he will secure another win for himself, which is gonna give him a lot of confidence going into the next 2 days as well.
Yeah, he was the favorite coming into this race here. I think everyone had their hopes up, certainly on Ancient Fleb, and he's continued to deliver leaps and bounds. Abhi to speed, though, not too far behind. He did come in a close second out at Nürburgring. He is about 2/10 of a second behind Ancient Fleb here, continues to keep the distance almost at the same amounts. So Abi2 Speed has got some work. He's gonna miss the first turn there a little bit, just about touches the gravel on the exit. So he might just look to dive into the pits just as Ancient Fleb did in this round to try and get himself on a fresh pair of tires to try and push the boundaries here for the remainder of this qualifying session, SK.
Yeah, I think going on to the fresh set of tires is definitely an option if anyone wants to improve, because they still have about 10 minutes left in this qualifying, so that's a good, probably a pit lane and a good 2 laps before we move into the race. So yeah, this is the right time as we go into the halfway mark of the qualifying for them to change onto a fresher set and see if they can make a difference. And we see like a big race going on there, 6th, 7th and 8th. So 3 cars side by side. This is qualifying race. Gentlemen, you don't have to go too crazy here. But I think VA and Cold Homie are kind of struggling at the back of the pack for grip, and then also they're not getting the right corners. I'm not sure they're able to string together good corners, because they are pretty far off, almost 4 seconds off from the leader. So you can clearly see that the pace is not there. I'm hoping they can kind of correct those mistakes and try and put together a good lap. But for now, it's going to remain Ancient Pleb in P1, B2 Speed in P2, Jackster in P3, RKV in P4, Caesar in P5, Dheeraj in P6, VA in P7, and Dr. Cynic P8, and P9 is going to be Cold Homie. And as you say that, B2 Speed and VA are going to go into the pit for a fresh set of tires, and 1 out lap, I think, in possibly 2 more qualifying laps is what they are going to get, and that's the only chance they're going to get to topple Ancient Plebs to 147.975, which is the fastest lap of this qualifying up until now.
Yeah, Ancient Fleb, we're going to stick with him to see if he can go even faster here. He does get his personal best purple sector in, and that is going to be very promising here. Abi2 Speed seems like his work is going to be cut out even more so if Ancient Fleb can outdo his personal best so far. A very good turn there coming in towards the hairpin, almost loses it out on the exit, barely manages to keep the car on track, pushing it to the absolute maximum, using every single inch of the track there, Ancient Fleb, to try and dig deep for those extra few tenths of a second, whatever he can find. Decent exit there, moving in towards dive. Does look like he's on course. He's 6/10 of a second faster than his previous best, SK. That's gonna be another lightning fast lap. Is he gonna try and break the 46 barrier though? I think it's gonna be very close if he did manage to make up a couple of tenths in this final sector as well. 45, 46, or just about a low 47. A good 1 second faster than Abi2 Speed's PB.
Yeah, I think this is, now you'll just see him chill out and possibly park his car onto the side, because he's secured his place now in P1. So Ancient Pleb looking to get another pole position this time around.
Yeah, but I don't think this is gonna be the lap where Abi2 Speed rather is gonna find an opportunity back into this. Ancient Fleb scorching fast on Interlagos so far, and we have another 7 minutes remaining of this practice session before we do head on to the race. So Caesar up into third is actually doing better than Jackster up in lap time. So
I think that's just slowing down for some reason though.
Yeah, I think he's just trying to put in some gap I believe, to Cesar before he does give it his all. He's got decent enough time to actually put in 2, maybe even 3 hot laps if he's looking at it. I think he's just going to look at 2 and give it his all once. He does have decent bit of distance between himself and Cesar, as you see RKB diving into the pit. These are going to be the final few guys who are going to come in for a fresh set of tires here as they try and improve on their PBs, try and push as much as they can to the front of the grid here. Dheeraj up still in 6th position, a good 1.8 seconds behind the leader. That's gonna leave him very disappointed if he does actually finish qualifying in this position, SK.
Oh yeah, but again, Dheeraj, he started P6 I think last time around, and we saw him secure that P3. So his racing and his race pace is perfect. He's very aggressive in the race, and I don't think he'll have a really difficult time because he's a different beast in a race altogether. I've noticed that even from the last weekend that every time the race starts, he's definitely pushing much harder than what he does in qualifying, which is kind of weird because you do want him to push in qualifying. But Dheeraj, I think I'm confident that he can make up the time in the race. But Cesar is the one that surprised me this time around. He's P3, gives a lot of space towards Jackster there. Good respect coming in. And then RKB in P5. I'm just hoping that Jackster and RKB don't get punted away or get into an incident early on, and they can try and secure a much better finish this time around.
Indeed, man. As of now, Abi2 speed.
There's another person here, Dr. Cynic. He was P4 last time around, right? Don't see him doing too well in Interlagos, so I want to see what's happening here. Let's keep an eye out on Dr. Cynic for a bit. See where he's losing time and he gets reset into the pit lane. So
Yeah.
I'm guessing fresh set of tires and one more lap for Dr. Cynic.
Yeah, I think Dr. Cynic was one of the players who did benefit a lot the last time around from after that first turn. He did start, I believe, on that 3rd row, and he managed to make up quite a few positions towards the mid-race, but unfortunately an incident that did happen off screen eventually dropped him, I believe, at least 3 places, and eventually it didn't get the kind of finish that he was hoping for. Cold Homie, it's been a disappointing day for him. I'm sure he had a lot more expectations coming in towards this race weekend. He was the winner of one of the qualifying races, so he would have expected himself to make it, or at least be in contention of fighting for that top spot, but he finds himself a decent bit of pace away. But look at Abi2 speed. It did manage to cut that 1 second lead down to 3/10 of a second. But
He's not someone that quits easy. I think that's what Abi2 speed has shown us in the last race as well. He doesn't seem like someone that quits too easily. Pushes till the last minute. Mental on this man is pretty solid. But I think, Ancient definitely still faster, 300ths of a second. So unless Abi does best himself here, I think it's going to be Ancient taking P1 for Interlagos race number 2. It's going to be back-to-back pole positions for him. And what a place to be. I mean, going into race number 2, it must be feeling confident taking P1 in race number 1 and again qualifying in P1 in race number 2. I don't think there's a better position for him to be in on this day 1 of the round robin.
Yeah, I do believe we did lose a couple of races there. I think Jackster as well as Kodomi actually left the lobby. Interesting to see what might have transpired there. I mean, it is an online race, so you do end up facing power issues in certain instances, maybe some other personal issues. But regardless, Ancient Fleb and Abi2 speed, these guys have continued to push each other to the absolute max, and now we've pretty much, both of them are just going to park their cars next to each other. That I think is pretty much Abi2 speed. They're saying, Watch
I'm
out for
done.
me. Watch out for me at the start. Because I'm coming for you.
And it's also a way like him kind of signaling that, yeah, I'm not going to contest that time now. I'm pretty much done for it, and let's just park, let's have a chat. And yeah, it does come down to if these guys are able to reconnect as well, because like you said, there's a bunch of drivers that did disconnect. Hopefully they can come back in time, because one of them who disconnected, Jackster, was actually in P4 before he went off.
Yeah, unfortunately, leaving the session will cause you to lose all your time that you've put in. So even if Jackster does make it back in, which he does, in fact, he's going to be starting at the back of the grid. So that is pretty unfortunate for him. So he's going to have a lot of work to do for the remainder of this race here. Fighting in from 8th position on Interlagos, he just went through a huge ordeal already on Nürburgring, fighting tooth and nail for every single position. Unfortunately, it's gonna be pretty much more of the same here on Interlagos as well, as we wait on for the race start, SK.
Yep, for sure. Like you said, it is gonna be down to this. Is the last lap is done, and Jackster does connect, but does he get his qualifying, or how does it go?
No,
Like,
so like I said, he's gonna start on at the back of the grid.
oh god, this is just bad luck for Jackster. I mean, 2 races in a row. First race he gets punted, second race he DCs, so he's not gonna be able to start in P4. Unfortunate.
Oh, that does look like Abitu Speed has left Ancient Pleb all alone there. He says, you know what, I'm just going to go out and put in a couple more laps.
I think he's done the bleachers and he's going to take a nap here, or he's going into the pit lane. There we go. That's the final countdown. Race begins in 5 seconds. So it is going to be Ancient Pleb, W2 Speed, Caesar, RKB, Dheeraj, Dr. Senek, VA, Jackster. These are the 8 contestants now who are left in this race. Cold Homie has left the lobby, so he won't be starting the race. And it all comes down to this. Race number 2, the final race of day 1 of round robin. Brilliant stuff, all races up until now. Let's hope that we can end on a high note. And take it away, Shid. Turn number 1.
Turn number 1, that's where we're keeping the eyes on here. The final race of day 1 for the round robin. Ancient Fleb on pole as we get off a clean start there. A decent bit of pace coming in from Ancient Fleb. An amazing start. Abitu Speed, I don't think will have an opportunity coming in. Cesar at the back is surprisingly clean. The Arcady is going to try and make a move right here, right now, up at Senna S, but he's going to have to surrender that spot back out as Cesar gets a decent exit out. Arcady dives back into position. Dheeraj at the back, way at 7. Jackster has already managed to pull himself up 1 position, but he's got a long way to go before he does make it back to the front of the pack. But surprisingly, and more importantly, anticlimactically, what? Ancient Fleb, oh my lord, he overshoots that turn right there and he's gotten down to 3rd position. That I didn't see a long way, SK. After flawless laps coming in during that qualifying session, he finds himself in 3rd position, completely overshooting that turn there. No pressure on him whatsoever. He's already picked up a slight penalty as well by the looks of things, but Abitu Speed just gets himself a golden ticket to the front of the pack.
Yeah, what a good position for Abitu Speed to be in. He sees Ancient go off, capitalizes on it, gets P1, Caesar as well there, sneakily gets away, gets P2, and now Ancient Plebs is pushed to P3, and it was very aggressive re-entry from him. He all took out RKB, but lucky enough, you know, that collision wasn't too harsh on RKB. It seems as though they've recovered from it. Dheeraj is very close in P5. Jackster starting in P8, already gaining 2 places on Dr. Cynic and VA, and he's in P6. P7 is VA, and Cynic is going to be in P8. Brilliant stuff coming in from everyone for this race number 2. Let's see if Jackster now can start putting the pressure onto Dheeraj, because he looks much faster on the straight in the slipstream. Gains a lot of time onto Dheeraj, and now he's going to set himself up on this straight. real question is, can he take the dive? Because the next corner here is going to be a left-hander. Jackster's got much more pace than there. It all comes down to the braking. If he has enough space, I think he might go for it, but not this time around. Looks at the corner, but he's still going to go for it. A late dive coming in from Jackster's going to punt. Dheeraj out of the way, but Dheeraj recovers. Jackster slows down and allows Dheeraj to come back and rejoin the race. Good stuff coming in from Jackster there, because he could have capitalized on it, but he realized that he did punt him away, and he gives that bit of space there for Dheeraj to join back. And now he's gonna continue the aggression. Dheeraj's car looking completely busted on the left side, but he's gonna hold P5 for now. Jackster continuing the pressure. Look at 5, 6, 7, and 8. They're very close to each other, and the front of the pack as well. So it's 2 packs of 4. Right now, Dheeraj makes a mistake that gives Jackster a lot of space, and Jackster is gonna say no more. I'm gonna take this away from you, and moves on to P5, and now is gonna continue the chase to our KV, who's almost opened up 3.1 second just in lap number 2, Share.
Yeah, that was a wonderful move there from Jackster. Firstly, a huge props for the sportsmanship shown there.
Move. Ancient Pleb is going to go for that move onto Caesar. He's got the slipstream, he's got the inside line. Ancient Pleb, very aggressive, late on the braking. He is going to steal P2 if he's able to hold this corner, and yes, shuts the door. Caesar is going to be thinking, what just happened? That was brilliant stuff coming in from Ancient Pleb, but Caesar also very, very close in the slipstream still. What a race coming in here. Caesar hits the gravel. Is he gonna dive bomb on the inside? Yes, he's looking for it. Doesn't go for that late dive. But Ancient Pleb, who has that penalty, is gonna slow down and go wide into turn number 4. And that's gonna put Caesar back into P2. This is just continuous fight going in. And whilst all this is happening, our KV there caught up almost a second onto Ancient Pleb. And he's gonna be looking at possibly taking a podium spot if this fight continues.
Yeah, Caesar and Ancient Pleb there. A wonderful move by Ancient Pleb, but a small mistake surrenders the spot back over to Caesar, and our KV is pretty much silently waiting in the back lines. He knows he's just patiently waiting for an opportunity to present itself, especially if these two do go ahead and have some contact between each other. But all that is doing is it's giving not only time for our KV to catch up, but it's also giving time for Abhi to speed to pull away from this pack. He's got a good 2 seconds ahead. Not a large margin, but I think in the grand scheme of things, it does put him in a lot more comfortable position here coming down the start finish straight. Ancient Pleb moves ahead into second position, and he should be able to hold the position here going into Senna S.
Yeah, for sure. I think now it's gonna come down to these guys in the mid pack again, who's gonna give us some good racing. Because Abhi seems, it's just 2 seconds, right? It's not a lot. Considering the pace that Ancient Pleb and Caesar are bringing in, I think they can catch up to Abhi. I don't think Abhi is that fast. Because going into lap 4 only 2 seconds, that's pretty less compared to the previous races that we've seen. But like I said, our KV there is still closing in, but this battle here for P2, brilliant stuff coming in from both these gentlemen, Ancient Pleb as well as Caesar, continuously pushing each other. Caesar picks up a little bit of a penalty, but 1.4 second penalty, that is going to cost him a lot of time. And guess what, our KV is only 800ths of a second. I think is only 800ths of a second behind Caesar, so he's gonna get an opportunity to take a shot at P3.
Abhi to speed continues to pull away. I think he's got about another half a second between himself and the rest of the pack. Is up to about 2.1 seconds as he comes down towards the bleachers here. Ancient Fleb is in second position, and now we see that gap opening up to between him and Scissor. Now I think it's a question of half the race being ahead of him here. Ancient Fleb, one mistake did bump him all the way down to third position, almost lost even more in the grand scheme of things there. But now it is time for redemption. 4 laps ahead. Can he make back the 2 seconds and retake back the lead? That would indeed be the Cinderella story, wouldn't it, SK?
Oh yeah, for sure. That would definitely be a Cinderella story. But I really want to see Jackster kind of put himself in this podium position as well, because he's so much faster in qualifying, but for some reason, he had to start in P8-1. But he has caught himself to the front, to the mid pack there, which is very impressive to see. But he's only got about 4 laps remaining, or 3 laps remaining, because it's just a few corners towards lap number 6. Can he kind of secure a P4 or a P3? Because if you look at the timing there, he's almost 100 second or 200ths of a second faster than RKV. So he's got enough laps to catch up to him. And if Caesar continues to serve that penalty, he is gonna be able to catch up to Caesar as well. So this is what I want to keep my eye out for, because Jackster has the chance now, if he can push in the next 3 laps, to catch up to P4 and P3. Because Ancient is gone now. You gave him the space. Caesar held as much as he could, but once you give him that space, you can clearly see Ancient Pleb, who has a much faster race pace. He's already taken a couple of seconds off just from this lap alone. So the real battle is going to be for P3 now.
Yeah, I think P3, P4, P5 is where we are going to keep our focus as we check in on the race leaders every lap to see if Ancient Fleb has actually cut the distance down. Jackster and RKV, both these guys had an amazing comeback in the previous race, and Jackster, starting at the back of the grid in 8th position, has managed to work his way back up to 5th, and that is considering there were absolutely no incidents at turn 1. So he's pretty much had to work hard for every single one of these positions that he has made up, but the next one's going to be the tricky one, and quite possibly the hardest, cutting that distance down to RKV, who has been very fast through Interlagos so far. He has managed to bring that distance down to about 1.2 seconds, but as long as RKV doesn't make mistakes, Jackster is gonna have to start pushing the boundaries of the Supra car there to try and make up every little bit of time he can, because at the end of this lap, they're gonna pretty much have only 2 more laps remaining. Abhi to speed, still 2 seconds ahead of Ancient Fleb. It's a distance that he's managed to keep for about 3 to 4 laps right now, and has been very comfortable after pretty much the big mistake from Ancient Fleb that handed him the first place.
But he's only kept a 2-second lead, right? Which shows that he's not too fast at the front as well. He's consistent, but it seems as though Ancient is pushing much harder, and Caesar as well. Caesar has got a 1.5 second lead now from RKV, and I want to see Jackster. I think Jackster is going to try and make him be in the 2 laps, because he's catching up very fast there, just 700ths of a second now behind RKV. 2 laps remaining. Can he do it is the real question, because he's close, but it is also going to come down to if RKV makes some kind of a mistake, because he touches the gravel for half a second. I think Jackster is going to be breathing down his nose for sure.
Yeah, Jackster is pulling that lead down. I think he needs to bring it down to about 0.2 of a second before he does manage to get enough of that slipstream to try and make that move. But the areas on the circuit where he has a potential overtaking opportunity is gonna be down towards that Senna S at that first turn, and he's only got one more shot at it. He's down to about 5/10 of a second this time around coming in towards the dive. Is that going to be enough? I don't think it is. His final sector is going to have to be lightning fast. He needs to get the absolute best exit that he can, and even maybe hope for a small bit of error from RKV to put himself in that touching distance, but I don't think that's going to be the case. I think RKV has a decent enough lead here that Jackster can't just out-time him on the break there towards turn 1. So he's gonna have to pretty much hope.
Oh, he's close. He's 200ths of a second. He is a very close shade. He is gonna go for this straight here. If he can dive bomb, I think this is the only opportunity he's gonna get. He has to make this corner work, and he has to be really late on the braking. The downside is if he does collide with RKV, that's going to put both of them at a disadvantage, but I think he's going to take a defensive line going into this. Yup, he goes on the outside. KV trying to keep the speed as he exits turn 4. There's only a couple more opportunities left for Jackster before he can actually secure this spot. This corner, on the other hand, he did overtake, I think it was Dheeraj from the outside on one of these corners here. Let's see if he can make the same move onto RKV. Goes very close, uses almost every inch of the track, but RKV, brilliant defensive driving up until now, but it seems as though he's holding Jackster back. Look at that. Jackster is close, he's on the inside, he's got the speed. Oh my god, just 2 more corners before the back straight, or the bleachers as you're calling it. It's gonna be close. It's gonna be very close. And look at this, the 1 second gap up in front. Ancient, hello? Has he been like pushing like a madman in the last lap? Because he caught up 1.2 seconds in just the last lap alone. So Abhi is gonna be very happy that he kept this position and he got that lead from the mistake that Ancient made. So P1, race number 2, Abhi 2 speed takes it, followed by Ancient Pleb, just 800ths of a second behind. P3 is going to be Scissor, and I think RKV is going to hold that position from Jackster. Brilliant effort from Jackster, starting from P8. And Dheeraj's going to close up P6. Dr. Cynic in P7 and VA in P8. What an amazing race that was the end. Good action all around. But Ancient is just gonna be kicking himself for making that one blunder that he did that cost him the whole race.
Yeah, one small mistake and he pretty much sees victory pass by. Congratulations to Abhi to Speed. He put up an amazing race here and is rightfully your winner of the final race of day 1 of the round robin. We saw a lot of drama unfold today. 4 races, 4 very close races, and I'm super excited on what the 2 more days have in store for us. SK, break down the day for us.
Yeah, I was just like checking all the times that I wrote down on my phone. I think Ancient Pleb consistently put out the fastest times across both the circuits, and unfortunate for him that he couldn't close out race number 2. But a podium and like 2 podiums back to back, he should be feeling confident going into the rest of the weekend. Abhi 2 speed as well. He's very close to Ancient's timing. He's not faster than him at the moment, but I think, you know, going into the weekend, he can work on a few of these corners, and it's just 200ths of a second slower. I feel like Abhi 2 speed can also be a potential front runner for the rest of the group stages. But Jackster and RKV are very unfortunate race number 1 for them. And Jackster again disconnecting after qualifying P4 and starting off in P8 in race number 2. That's again super bad luck. Hopefully the internet gods and the park gods and everyone's with him for the rest of the weekend, because he's definitely one of those guys that can really push. Dheeraj, who grabbed a podium last time around, wasn't too fast on Interlagos. He was like 5th, but you know, I expected him to be much more faster. And I guess, also the fact that there are others like Abby, there are others who are much faster as well in the lobby. I think the next few races, at least the next next 8 races in the round robin are going to be very, very exciting to watch. And again, it's all point system, like you said. So all these races are going to count towards the overall points, which will then decide our top 10, who then go to the grand finals. That's going to be on 26. But for now, some of the names obviously are going to be Abby, going to be on anywhere. It's going to be.
In fact, let's have a look at the results from
Okay.
today's races, the 4 races that we did witness. SK, take it away.
Yeah, so again, A plus B, these are the two groups that were playing the first 2 races. So Fun Anywhere and Abhi Thakur, P1, P2, and Fierce P3. Second race that we saw in Interlagos was Abhi Thakur taking it away, Fun Anywhere, and Nick the Gamer. The first 2 groups were nice mix and match with the top 5. But the second group, if you have a look at it, it's very similar story. Ancient and Abhi 2 Speed P1 and P2, and then in the second race it's Abhi 2 Speed and Ancient Pleb swapping positions, just like Fun Anywhere and Abhi Taku. So these 4 here, much faster than the rest of them. Dheeraj, very honorable mention there in P3. Caesar in P3 for race number 2. So if you look at the top 3 of each of the groups, I think these are the guys that you have to keep an eye on. And also Jackster, right? I feel like with a string of, good luck for him in the next couple of races, or the next 4 races that he has, if he can somehow push himself into the top 3 or get 2 podiums, he can put himself in a very, very good scenario to qualify onto the finals. And unfortunately for us, didn't see Azim join this time around. Azim was also one of the fastest in the last weekend. If you guys joined us then, and Azim wasn't able to take part in Group C, Group D races today. Hopefully he can bounce back, because I think Azim also has a very fair chance going into the next few races. That's going to be tomorrow and day after.
Yep.
So
And
Shred, I think my favorites, I mean, obviously
I think before you do call out your favorites, I think let's have a look at the standings at the end of day 1 of the round robin, and look at how the table is shaping up. Fun Anywhere, Abhi Thakur, Ancient Fleb, and Abhi to Speed all tied.
Oh my god,
One
all tied.
wins each.
Because they all had this switcheroo, right? So it was Fun Anywhere who took a podium in a second, and then Abhi Thakur who took a podium in a second, Ancient who took podium in second, and then Abhi 2 Speed with the podium in second. So these 4 guys, they've just been like swapping around places here in the 2 races. But Caesar, 13 points in in 5th position. Shami in 6th position. I'm really glad to see Shami up there, because he also had like such a good qualifying, but that first race definitely costed him a lot of points, even though it was not his fault, right? He did get pushed away, and then he had to go all the way to the back of the pack and fight. Then we have Nick the Gamer in 7th. We have Dheeraj in 8th, Jackster in 10th. Jackster in 9th, and RKV in 10th. So these are the top 10 we have to keep an eye out for now. But obviously, there's going to be a lot more racers added in the next 2 groups, and we will see so many changes here. So it's going to be top 10 from all 4 groups together at the end of the weekend, correct?
So this is the top 24 racers. Everyone races every single day. So you have all 4 groups battling it out, only in different permutation combinations. So you have Group A and B, who did play earlier today. Group C and D played the next 2 races. Tomorrow we'll be starting off with A and C, followed by B and D. And on Sunday we will pretty much have A and D and B and C battle it out. So all races did take the field today. You do have top 10 from this moving on. RKV just step out in the top 10 by 1 point at the end of day 1. It's been an entertaining day so far. Huge shout out to Toyota India for giving this amazing opportunity for all the racers in India to try and make it to the international scene, get on the stage for that Asian Nations Cup and try and prove their mettle up against the best of the best in the region. This is the Toyota GR Supra GT Cup Asia India. It's been an amazing day 1 of round robin. We'll be back again tomorrow at 5 p.m. for day 2. So don't miss the action. Don't forget to hit that like button, hit that follow button if you're watching it on Facebook, hit that share button if you're watching it on Facebook as well. Lots of action lined up for you over the rest of the weekend. I'm Shadesaya, that is SK. Please, pretty much the end of day one. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. We'll be back again tomorrow. See you folks then. Until then, goodbye and good night. Bye.